Już za chwilę zaczniemy kolejny panel Mobilność miejska i innowacje w transporcie. Dosłownie za 2 minuty zapraszamy naszych panelistów, którzy są...
I would now invite our panelists to engage in the panel discussion on urban mobility and innovation in transport. We are being featured in a streaming video on the website Fundusze dla Mazowsza. So we are cordially invited to join our panel now. Thank you.
No jak Państwo widzicie, zaczynamy.
As you know, we proceed with the panel, asking Mr. Dybalski to moderate the panel. My name is Jakub Dybalski, and I am a journalist at the transportpubliczny.pl. This panel seems to be looking quite interesting. We have extremely interesting guests that we managed to invite. Very well filled out panel. To my left, Wojciech Zachorowski, Ursus Bus Vice President, then Mr. Jerzy Zawodnik, Deputy President of Radom City, then Mr. Wiesław Widek, City Transport System, and Ms. Martyna Adenroth, Vice President of the Board of STAR ITS, and Jarosław Głowacki, Deputy President of Siedlce, Municipality of Siedlce.
Żeby już szybko zacząć ten...
Without further ado, I take advantage of the fact that we have representatives of Warsaw Municipality and smaller municipalities in the region, but also producers of equipment, vehicles, equipments of various types, headwear, buses, as well as systems that allow us to use buses. Let me start with a specific question. What is the difference between the needs of passengers in Warsaw from the needs of passengers in smaller cities of Mazowsze, such as Radom or Siedlce? From the perspective of the managers of the public transport systems and organizing the transport, and suppliers of equipment that will strengthen the transport. Let me start with Wiesław Widek, and the largest of the cities represented here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think there is much difference, possibly only in terms of Warsaw metropolitan area. Warsaw is one of those few cities that runs a broader policy for the entire city, which is a 1995 vintage document, where they provide that you cannot live without the outskirts and the satellite gminas, to do everything that those who are inhabitants of those outlying localities are not provided with transportation, we will have difficulty in running the city. So those who use public transport in Radom, Warsaw, or Rzeszów, there isn't that much difference, and their expectation on the quality of services doesn't differ that much. Clean tram and clean bus. Well then, not with some super routing. Frequency on the tram lines in Warsaw is every 2 minutes. Please check that if you please. We use the experience of our colleagues from Prague, city of Prague. We draw on the experience of others. That's important to do. So we had this idea that I was instrumental in driving, by the way, is to collaborate and discuss this with and seek advice of others, the cities of Poland. We invite people from Kraków, Poznań, into a one could say advisory panel, and those willing to share their best practices are welcome, and we all work together to contribute with their experience and take benefit from that. That's the practice of the experience of all passengers. In Warsaw, 65% of those who commuted were public transport, those traveling to work. So those living in such places as Zielonka and Piaseczno also use those public transport vehicles. I have this awareness that, as we say, Warsaw can afford it. Well, we have to afford it. We spend 300 million per annum for that, the service. 500,000 cars per day to go to work or school would change into 1 million. Well, that's what comes to mind when I think of this. Your challenge is to take the inhabitants of the city inside, but also bring people from outside to school, to their universities, and so on. In the afternoon, you have to allow them to commute back. So that's a second Warsaw challenge. What is the situation in Siedlce and Radom, if we could hear from the other gentleman? Well, the quality of service is I would agree that there isn't a difference. We need to provide the same quality of transport, communication. Air-conditioned, clean bus is the norm to go to work or school. That it be provide for needs of people with disabilities. And many buses have special lift device so that wheeled person with disability can use the bus. So services, however, in Radom is unique in the sense that it's the 12th largest city in Poland. If you look at the streets, however, it is much less spread out, sprawled than Warsaw. I personally live outside of the city, and it takes me 20 minutes by car to get into the city center. Well, we definitely have heavily invested into public transport, and we educate our inhabitants to using this public transport service. And the objective, of course, is that that we want to reduce the traffic jams in the city center. We want to disincentivize people from entering the city center by cars, by reducing prices on the monthly travel ticket, while we increase the price per single travel fare. So that we send the message that that they should think of using on a longer term basis the public transport, buses and so on. We also have the park and drive solutions, although they operate somewhat differently. than in Warsaw. Because typically people come from around the powiats, adjacent powiats, to schools particularly. So we actually have one entry point where we developed and are working further to develop this transit center. Warsaw has been proud of its high contribution of public transport, above close to 60%, as we said. 65%, I stand corrected. So what about Radom? How has that been? From what I remember, that contribution is somewhat less. About 40% will use public transport to travel around town. In numbers, this is 2,600 bus uses per day, 38 million passengers per year. Jarosław, if I may, in continuation of what we've heard from Vice President of Radom, looking at Warsaw, the 65% of contribution of public transport in total traffic. That seems to be a necessity there. There are so many cars in Warsaw, and if we continue with this climb, the city will be completely congested. Is that one of the reasons why you develop public transport? In Radom, in Warsaw, things look very similar. Mazowsze is quite differentiated, and Siedlce have their own unique. It's 75th in terms of size, 70,000 inhabitants. Some may be surprised to understand that our public transport actually have quite a great contribution vis-à-vis our partners. And we've defined the respective city zones to plan the public transport, buses mostly. And we have the typical city transport, and we also have the same buses connecting all of the gminas in Siedlce powiat with the main town. Of course, throughout that, most of the travel is private vehicles, however. What are your expectations for Siedlce long term? The 10+ years of activity of the local government in this area was to replace the vehicles, our fleet, and on average these are less than 10 years vehicles in the fleet. They allow us to manage the fleet in intelligent manner. Siedlce, supra-regional town, is one that is a transit town for travel to Warsaw. About 4,000 people per day actually commute to Warsaw. An equivalent number might actually come to Siedlce from other outlying towns, also from Warsaw. So there's a need for a park and drive solutions and so on. We are being supported by these modern buses and electronic ticket and such prevalent tools. Turning to Wojciech, Ursus Bus, Deputy CEO. We heard that the main task is to replace their fleet. That's ideal for you. You've got your clients. But you specialize, however, in a special type of vehicle, electric buses. Is that a vehicle that's perfect for the larger towns? Or can the smaller municipalities be your customer? Well, I should say that we can deliver to our friends and operators any equipment, municipal bus type. But as you noted, we specialize in zero pollution vehicles as well. We have 8 to 18 meters long vehicles, bus vehicles, and various engines, including the standard fossil fuel engines, but we also use these alternative modern solutions. We also run these nitrogen extended electric buses, which extends the length of journey for an electric car. So this is an improvement of the electric car, which allows you to recharge from this fuel nitrogen battery. So the charging is only 10 minutes shorter than normal, and they are charged with nitrogen because electricity flows between these two systems. So that seems to be an optimal solution. We're also aware of the technological limitations, infrastructure in delivery of nitrogen. When we come back, if we come back to just electric buses, we have a broad range, complete range of the length as well as axle weight, 19 ton that under EU directive is instead of 18, that's been the standard until now, so that should improve the comfort of travel. So we have adjusted our products to the needs of municipalities, including medium and smaller towns, and as well as large metropolitan areas. So all it takes is to calculate, for the operators to calculate which type of buses for which routes they should be selecting, whether it should be a regular short one or an extended bus. So we adjust our on the Radom and Siedlce type. Do we have any equivalent buses? Well, all that is flexible, and we can respond through competitive dialogue to the actual needs to ensure appropriate annual routing durability. We need to check whether 1 million kilometers or whether it's 600 or 700,000 kilometers. Well, smaller times, this might be only 40,000 kilometers per year. So that will impact the return on investment. The more we run the buses, the faster, the shorter the rate of return. And then we need to discuss and compare the diesel engine to hybrid to an electric. It's attractive to enjoy the subsidy for the hybrid and electric, but then possibly ourselves and our buyers need to run the calculation of the investment costs into the equipment vis-a-vis the total cost of procurement and then operation of the bus. Might turn out that the electric car, in terms of procurement, might be more expensive by 80% or order of 80%. Then, however, the operational costs, the maintenance costs are much lower. The replacement of the fuels and various liquids is drastically lower in case of these buses. And the need for lubrication of wheels is actually also lower in these electric buses. So you need to choose what's really best and optimal for your municipality, whether you include commuting for additional from and back to additional adjacent gminas, or is it just the town that you are looking to service? Let's move now to other aspects of this transport. Your products, can you find them in smaller or larger towns only? I would suspect that novel technical things can be found in the large towns, but then we hear modern cycling routes in smaller towns.
It doesn't depend on the size of the city. We work with small cities like the Free City and huge cities like Świnoujście, which has 30,000 citizens. So we can compare from the smallest ones to the biggest ones. And what we do as of the ending of two big projects on 15th of December last year is education and talks to cities, because we have to admit that this year was particularly hard, especially for the contractors, because the wallet with the European Union's money is just being opened. Let me just interfere for a second. What does your company do? It's the passenger information that you deliver? Not only, we work in a broadly understood zone of mobility when it comes to management in Lublin and Free City. We can share the experience with our clients. I would rather call them partners than clients. So we are not traveling with a suitcase and saying, here's our product 1, 2, 3, but we dedicate a lot of time to really understand the needs of each city. So what I really believe in, that the quality everywhere has to be same, which means best quality. And whether it's the center of the universe or it's just a town where what you need is just a normal bench, well, you cannot talk about complicated systems for a city which doesn't have a good road. We have to fill the needs. Smart city is a slogan that is a suitcase, and you put into the suitcase too much, and you don't really look into what's really important for the cities, what they really need. So I think that on the next conferences, we start to act in such a way that at first the companies were educating the local governments, but now, and you, Mr. Director, are a great example of that, because we've met up a couple of weeks ago in Lublin. So what we do is that we share the experience, and we say that, okay, the West discovered a wheel, but they can still learn a lot from us. Well, okay, so the next panelist hopefully is going to cure me from my belief that only big cities mean innovation. Good morning. Yes, indeed, the first implementation that I'm going to talk about took place in a small city, and it was a very nice one because it used something that each of us has with himself. We own, have 3 to 4 payment cards and or a smartphone. So the first implementation in Poland, where the payment card was a ticket, was in Świebodzice. It's a small town compared to Warsaw or another big city. And when you enter to the bus, you just put in your card, the same one that you used to pay in a restaurant or a shop, and that's all. Nothing is printed out, and when the control comes to the mobile device that the control has with it, reads our card. So from the point of view of technology that enters into the transport zone, from the point of view of payment cards, what's important is that the passengers already have with them either smartphones or cards. So a small city proved that it is possible, and from our point of view, it started a domino effect. We are right now talking to many cities in Poland, small ones and big ones, and no one is asking, should we integrate the electronic tickets with the payment cards? They are not asking if they should do that, they ask how to. So I think that never mind whether those are small or big cities, we travel around Poland, we talk to many cities. I am impressed by the knowledge and by the knowledge of the transport operators, and they know solutions that are in place in Poland and internationally. For us, it is a very interesting journey from the point of view of engineering and education, and the discussion with the transport operators is the moment when we try to reach the best solution for the transport sector. So now let me ask Mr. Wiesław Witek, as Mr. Grzegorz said, mentioned a very interesting project from Świebodzin communication card payment, I mean here. And in Warsaw, for many years, we already have such a system where a plastic card, which is our ticket, and we have it in our wall, even though in many cities in the world you resign on such a card, we still have it in Warsaw. Elsewhere, you would have it all in your phone or on a payment card. So why isn't Warsaw doing that? I think we already have the answer when it comes to scale. I'm happy, actually. I heard a lot of good about Warsaw when it comes to ITS. Here, it was mentioned before that we have a suitcase that we put a lot into, but well, in Lublin, Ursus, and in other cities there are other companies, and here in Warsaw, I'm not defending myself too much, but I think that Warsaw grew up already to start the technical dialogue that is ongoing right now, but it is the dialogue on the integrated card, which means paying for many types of services, not only transport, but other services too. And I know how difficult it was to implement such a project, because I spoke to someone which was very difficult. We are not afraid of that. So the Silesian citizens know something about it. Yes, indeed, it is all very time-consuming and not easy, but we started the dialogue, and as a transport module, we are going to back up the whole team who designs the solutions in Warsaw. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't want such a combination like in Poznań, where they measure each centimeter whether you ride or not. In Warsaw, it's that way. If we pay taxes in Warsaw, you live in Warsaw, and we have some profit from your tax in order to build a pavement and buy a bus, then for 98 zlotys you can buy a ticket, you code it once, and that's all. Taking into account children, and maybe it will not sound good, we do look into the future, and in Warsaw some kind of a solution is going to appear in Warsaw. But I don't think I have to be ashamed of a paper ticket. It's not something from medieval times. And people, citizens of Warsaw, use Warsaw card that is cheaper for the taxpayers in the city, and it's quite a cheap solution. Coding it once, you forget that you need to do anything more to that. Well, whether there are checkouts and check-ins and pros and cons, I'm not even mentioning that we are negatively looking at look at how many people pay in a traditional way in a shop instead of using papers. I think it's still the mentality that needs to be changed. It was interesting to hear a lady who spoke in Bydgoszcz. She represented a company which name I don't remember. Well, she said, we too are looking into the market, and we see that 40% of people are not going to use that solution ever. What did they do in London? And not only the system, the payment system is in place, but you can still buy a card that is more traditional. So there's something to it. You cannot just look at it in a simplifying way. We are not going to wait till the 2022, because that's our deadline for changing the old French system that we have in place nowadays. But well, look, the system is active enough to cover up the next 650 ticket machines, and we can have still a good feeling about ourselves. Even though we still have a system from the last century. Well, it sounds dramatic, but it's not the worst thing. And to sum up, I'm just going to mention that the 650 ticket machines, that's what's the most important. The availability from the point of view of passenger, that's the most important. That in any kiosk I can buy something, I can talk to a clerk, talking about the things that I find important, and I can complain a bit about the roads and the paths. So let's not automize it too much, because we are going to fly straight into the space. Sometimes too much technology is not better, like it was in the case of a blue telecommunication line, which is a case as of 10 years. So we are in, but let's not push it too much. And up till 2025, 2022, we will do something about it. But for now, we still have to make sure that the 800,000 people cannot panic. They already have their own card that is coded very well as of 2015. And with time, we can exchange it for a better system, but still basing on the last century's system. Ladies and gentlemen, let me ask the same question to all of you, but first I would like to come back to Mr. Grzegorz. Could you comment on that? Do you think that the plastic or the paper ticket is not dying at fast because there are so many citizens who don't really want to use that? I am a technology enthusiast. I disagree with my first speaker. He is my potential big client, of course, but taking into account the trends and new possibilities, you cannot force people to use technology, because the technology is here to help the passengers and not to complicate their lives. But we believe that once an alternative channel shows up, even on the basis of the current infrastructure, then people, as soon as they learn it, they are going to change into it, and then you will be able to balance out. I think it's important for us to hear such an opinion, and we meet similar opinions from other operators, and technology is here to help. With the time, I think that the systems are going to head into the direction that we speak of, and maybe it will be even faster than it seems. It will not be an immediate change from one day to another. Jerzy Zawodnik, don't you find it as an incentive, the Świebodzin example? Yes, it is encouraging for us. We are very much interested in that. We are considering in the future such a solution for our city. But what kind of a future you mean here? How far in the future? Well, I think that in our case, the city card is a young project. It's been here for 3 years. And I think that we should let it work a bit more. There is an element that for mayors of cities, because if somebody uses city card and we encourage them, such a person to use city communication, then when using the city communication, we offer some kind of discounts. But the discounts, just like in Warsaw and in Radom, should be especially for the citizens of the city, where they pay the taxes. So the person who really lives and pays taxes in Radom and works there can get a discount. But when it comes to a person, to a payment with a pay card, everyone would be granted the same price. Anyone who comes from outside of the city too. So this month, last Monday of October, we had a session of our city council, and we've discussed city cards and costs of tickets for city cards. But we, besides for discounts, we also raised the price for tickets that are dedicated for 10 rides. So they are for a person who comes from outside of the city. And we were quarreling, I must admit, that on one hand, some tickets we are lowering the price, and in some others we are raising the price. So the technical novelties are very important, but we still have to look at the society, which is getting used to old solutions, and sometimes it's very hard to switch to something very modern. Mr. Jarosław, do you think that such technical novelties are a chance for you in the fight for money? Well, the Warsaw City Card, introduced 2 years ago, I think, more or less, it was aimed to attract taxes to Warsaw. Well, at least taxes from surrounding satellite cities. Don't you think that this is a chance for you to compete for the taxpayers?
Wcześniej mówiłem swoją.
As I said earlier, in terms of capital, it's the Siedlce that owns the fleet of buses, but we serve 10 adjacent gminas as well. So we serve the dwellers of the city primarily. On weekends, that's a segment that doesn't work, doesn't operate, so we're cut away from our satellite cities, gminas. But Saturday and Sunday, people need to deal with their own transport needs, those living outside of the town. So we typically use this paper-based tickets. And as a passenger that travels to Warsaw, and I do travel to Warsaw, all I can use is this carton paper-based ticket. Passengers expect an integrated ticket revolution, or some solution that would be delivered where mutual settlements take place between towns. So that a single, let's say, card could actually be used and recognized in the respective towns, and of course that would reduce the costs of operating the system. If we have a local government of like structure, it's difficult to find common language. Well, it's more difficult even to achieve agreement with private operator. So if we are successful here, we will be successful everywhere, and we continue in our interest of pursuing this. Of course, the older dwellers have their own, let's say, set ways and will use the original system. But the elderly now have free ticket, but that's limited just to inhabitants of the town. And of course, the fact that we operate with many operators and many adjacent towns, that complicates the picture. In 5 years, can you imagine that the buses will have no longer the ticket, let's say, approving mechanical devices, or and there will be just readers, electronic readers? Well, we serve the client or customer, passenger firstly, and it's operator jointly with the passengers that decide on the equipment installed in the bus. That's where the terms of reference state, and we fully subscribe to that. Of course, if we think of technology, we dream of having common systems throughout Poland, that they be uniform and automated, so that we can have a system that is sufficient for every bus, for every town. director mentioned the London's Oyster card. Oyster card actually allows you to pay for plane tickets as well. So imagine the equivalent of Oyster card in Warsaw paying for any type of transport, irrespective of whether we embark a bus or a plane. That's worth considering. It's no invention of mine to actually use that same card for hire of a car, electric car, for example, in Warsaw or other towns around Warsaw, so that we can achieve synergies between electric mobility and public transport in general be complete, so that what we actually have in hand allow us to pay for every type of public transport. Madam, would you respond to this? In theory, systems are open. In practice, it's different. I don't want to complain, and at a conference, some may not be as forthcoming as others. Technologically, it's not a complex thing to do, but it's all up to people. As not to paint a rosy picture, let's cite some other negative examples. In the Tri-City, we are yet to see a common card, joint card, maybe not even next year. This Tri-City area is a chaos in terms of transport. I counted the types of paper-based tickets in Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. Single journey tickets are 37 types, different types. So people have to have the readiness to engage and open-minded about it. On the strategic decisions at the top and then moving to operational level, I would not say that that's where the barrier is. Technology is not a barrier. In looking at Tri-City area, there are too many of these tickets, and passenger as the end user gets lost. Why SKM doesn't work with PKM, and different tickets are required. It would be more comfortable to have a single card or single ticket to towns. So the education that we continue talking about should not only reach the passengers, the end users, but also to the managers, to the city councilmen as well. And possibly the solutions you use in Warsaw should be transposed to Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot, so that if they do the calculation on a simple spreadsheet, they'll be able to see the benefits. In Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot, there isn't an infrastructure difficulty. For example, there is a PKM bus stop, where on one side there is a train coming, and on the other there are trams. So that's really great for Warsaw, for example. But both vehicles require you to have a different ticket, which is odd, to say the least. But Martyna, since you're holding the microphone, let me ask you about one more matter, and I would like to touch on here. Most recent revolution for passengers in public transport has been introduction of the city cards. So you don't need a single ticket. You recharge the card once a month, and that is becoming a standard in every Polish city, in a slightly different way, but still. So I'd like to ask you all, and you particularly, to consider what might be the next revolution for the passenger. Will it be that they will be able to embark on an electric bus? They will have no shaky journey with a lot of exhaust gases, but actually that they will no longer need a ticket. They will enter the bus, and there will be sensors at the door that will just check that he's got a iPhone in his pocket, where he has a valid payment for the bus journey. So what is the likely nearest revolution in your opinion? The less we expect from passenger to do for us, the better. From the standpoint of the administrator and the sourcer of information we stress that it shouldn't be comfortable for the passenger alone, but that we get as much as detailed information about how our passengers move around. We need to reach out to people who are using public transport, but we cannot forget the people who are not there and who would like to use it. So we need to go as broadly as possible for it to be attractive. People need to recognize it as cost attractive. So it's not that we want to, and I keep on bugging everyone around that there's so much to do that we need to create some sort of possible lobby. So we will, if we don't make the car drivers, private car drivers' lives miserable by increasing the charges and parking, people won't switch. But pushing them to do that is not a solution, however. But someone who will demonstrate that if you pay for this in 5 different places, you will get a discount in your public transport, or your child will travel for free. That's exactly the type of work we need to do, and we have done in energy conservation that we talked about yesterday. That's simple instructions in schools, where it tells you, first shut down your radiator and then open the windows, for example, is really the way to go. We need to help people change their habits, and the accessibility is there, as director said, which doesn't mean that waste time in traffic jams. So you need to encourage people. From the standpoint of the passenger, the progress in electronics is of benefit, but also, of course, operators also benefit. We need to understand the routes most used by passengers, how to differentiate the transport at different times of the day, say, by route. So if we could integrate this with other means of transport, that would be very useful as well. And I don't need to do things in Warsaw to achieve that. It's worth going by KM, the Mazovian Rail. This works like very much like underground train, very rapid commuter train connection. And if that is the next step, then progress will be achieved. And then we need to follow that with settlement systems that will limit the burden of that. The price needs to be set on optimal way through the dialogue between the providers of transport services. Well, this we need to achieve with our partners. When we look at public transport, there is immediately the question of state aid. We need to collaborate with gminas to explain to them that aspect of things. This is a great work and, of course, a barrier to understanding of this.
Mr. Grzegorz, the technical novelty that is coming up and is going to change our way of using public transport. Well, I think that such a change in technology is not a revolution. It's too much to say, but that's ongoing right now. In Wrocław, there is an ongoing procedure where we are going to exchange the ticket machines for more modern ones, where you would be able to pay by card.
Według mnie
And
definiował projekt, który można zrobić technicznie zaraz.
we
Znaczy,
can
Koleje Mazowieckie używają pewnego
technically
rodzaju urządzeń
implement a new
przenośnych.
project for Koleje Mazowieckie because they use a mobile device, and we are going to make payments available on that device soon too. In ZTM, the people who control the tickets are already using such devices.
Przejechać KM i jeździć po
By being able to
nie ma żadnego.
buy a ticket in Siedlce and taking a KM train, then using the same ticket in Warsaw, technically it is possible. So such information should be sent to the central system. We are taking part in a technical dialogue in Warsaw in the framework of the city card, and we think that whether it is a card or a smartphone or anything else, it's just a just a place where you storing communication to many people, not only from Warsaw but also out of it. And I am afraid that me being a skier, and I've been teaching my children to ski in a place where there were only 30 tickets, and nowadays the place doesn't exist anymore. So there I needed a separate coupon for each train, and that's so important. Why did I touch upon that one? Well, that was in order to insist that we need to talk. The need for talking is huge, and there is no other solution. Let me show you an example of Warsaw. We sat, and what seemed impossible 4 years ago now became a fact. Now we all use a common ticket. So I don't know why it stopped working. I'm not looking into the past. I'm not interested in that. I am the director is 3 years, and we sat, we found a common solution. What does it mean for a passenger from Wołomin? Well, it means much lower spendings on traveling to Warsaw. We sat with Koleje Mazowiecka, and a person with our ticket can take Koleje Mazowieckie in the 50%. So 80% of 80,000 people who are coming to Warsaw from outside are the people who hold the Warsaw City card. Please don't confuse it with Warsaw Citizen City card. And we signed an agreement for 4 years. And with railway from Łódź, we have also an agreement with them that a citizen of Łódź, when is coming to Warsaw, for 75 minutes he may use the transport for free. That's the agreement we have.
75 minut się jeździ za darmo. I tak, czyli rozmawiać.
So talking,
wie pan,
the talks are important in here. When it comes to novelties, I guarantee that
mamy zabronioną,
it is forbidden
mamy zabronione korzystanie z tak zwanej oceny
to use
marszrutowej
so-called
poruszającego się człowieka. Na podstawie WKM czy
tracking
jakiegokolwiek
of
innej karty czy
person's
biletu.
location.
Główny inspektorat mówi nie macie prawa.
The main
W związku z tym
inspectorate
nie
says
będziecie
no,
mieli
you have
prawa
no right to do that, so you will not have a
gdzie
right to
ja
know where
wsiadłem i gdzie
I
wysiadłem. Nie ma
took
takiego
the
prawa.
train
Nie ma
and
takiej
where I
możliwości.
got out of it.
Jak to można osiągnąć?
How
Mając
can we
bilet,
do
który ja mam
that?
dzisiaj,
Well, having the ticket that I have
może
today,
mieć, jak siądziemy, to i z Radomiem się dogadamy. Przecież
it is
słuchajcie, to tylko
possible. If
rozmawiać.
we start talking, we
Oczywiście
can
kosztuje,
talk to
ale
Radom too. It
wszystko
costs, of
kosztuje.
course, everything
Komunikacja
costs.
miejska w
The
Warszawie
city
to jest
communication in Warsaw
2,5
is
miliarda złotych. No, ktoś
2.5 billion
Kupa
zlotys.
forsy to sobie mogą
And that's a lot of money, so one
ale
can say,
relatywnie
oh, they have this
wszędzie
much
jest
money,
tak samo,
so
podobnie,
they
tak?
can
Mamy
do more,
zwrot,
but the situation everywhere is similar.
To jest 30, no rekordowo w zeszłym roku 40%.
Last year,
To kosztuje, więc nie
it costs a
przeszkadza
lot of money.
mimo wszystko w tej biedzie jeszcze wygospodarować odrobinę
it's not
pozytywnej
difficult to
jakby
find
reakcji na tego pasażera. I
positive
kończąc
reaction to
zupełnie. Czyli
the
mając ten
passenger.
bilet,
So to sum
mając
up,
liczarkę nad
having
drzwiami,
already the
też
ticket
wiem,
and having
gdzie
the
i w
counter
jakim
on
kierunku
top
podróżuje
of
100, a w jakim
the
kierunku 1000.
door, we can
pasażerów,
say
to
how many
zdaje
passengers
się
take
jednym
each
z,
direction,
efektów
whether
tej
it's
pracy,
100 and
przy
which direction there is
świetnej,
100 of
tak, ja
people
zakładam,
going
że
to,
niedługo będziemy
and
mogli
which
to,
direction
modyfikując naprawdę dużo więcej się na temat
100,000 is
organizacji
going to.
i przede
So
wszystkim preferencji
when it
podróżnego.
comes to
Dzisiaj już to
preferences
też
of a
wiemy,
passenger,
natomiast
we
nie
know that
przesadzajmy
already,
z
but
rzeczami,
let's
które
not
nie do końca
push
od
too
nas
much,
zależą.
put too
Ja
much pressure on
dopowiem,
the things that
nie
are not
zgadzam się.
dependent on us.
I nic pan nie zrobi, chyba że pan chce wylądować gdzie? Przed prokuratorem. Gwarantuję panu, że
Typically
tak
there are
mniej więcej kończy.
Nie
suggestions
chcę, więc
or preventions
Panie
and,
Jerzy,
and
panie
threats.
Wojciech, 3 zdania na koniec tym samym
Wojciech,
temacie.
a few comments on the topic. Simplification of the ticket systems
Inny tabor.
or rather replacement of the fleet and so on. Both.
Na pewno uproszczenie biletów.
Simplification of the tickets is important. That's good for the passenger. On the other hand, comfort of travel is also important because it's good for the passenger. Each one of us, as we use the public transport, would wish to use door-to-door service. In other words, that they can arrive at the door of their home and of work. In comfort, of course. And it would be best if that takes rapidly, because time is money. In other words, each one of us introduce their solutions and we invest into the modern fleet and in modern solutions, so that even the most outlying stops, tram, bus stops, that we would have cover for the passengers. That would be bus lanes for the on the roads, on the city streets. Also, transit points. We are moving forward and looking at solutions in other cities throughout the world, not just Poland. And we try to adjust our offer, taking out in the interesting solutions. So development is unavoidable. It's a matter of time and before the new solutions come online. Wojciech, I can very much add my voice to director's balanced response, who understands that technology today is ready for any solution, payment by card for every means of transport, including the Warsaw inhabitant card. We do not stand around and wait, but of course we realize that there are mental barriers. You don't force people to drive into the. We don't do these in a brutal way like the Londoners did with the congestion charge they introduced, but let's tolerate the tickets traditional tickets that everyone is used to, but let's do it in a way that optimizes the costs of what we have, but also use the technologies that you offer that can be launched as of tomorrow, in fact.
Szanowni Państwo,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that
jeśli czeka nas jakaś rewolucja, to
if any revolution awaits us, then it's going to happen in the pockets of the passengers rather than around them. Possibly the other one as well, but we will clearly see that in the coming years. And I agree with all of you, particularly what Grzegorz articulated, that there are so many things happening even now that we are actually witnesses of it. It's happening right now, and we don't fully realize it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your discussion and for your participation as audience. Thank you very much. Would we have questions?
Na wszystkie odpowiemy już w takim razie za tą zastawką.
And if there are questions, you can take advantage of the panelists and speak to them directly. In 5 minutes we have the next panel.
Panel jak zarządzać energią
The panel of how to manage energy in cities.
Zapraszam do strefy cateringowej, która jest przed budynkiem na poziomie 0 i zapraszam oczywiście do odwiedzenia stoisk naszych partnerów.
Musi być muzyka, która jest zgodna z tak, to możemy sobie pograć na bębek. Tak,
zaczynamy. Ja wtedy to basen mam baterię.
Ja mam swoje, dzisiaj się przygotowałem. Chyba idę, jak idę do tego Maćka, to Marcina pociągnę, żeby ktoś przyjechał. Pierdolę. Co to jest?
Tam? Jak byliśmy w spokojnie. Wody na przykład jedziemy tutaj. Dobrze.
Dobra. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Jeden, jeden, jeden. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Co mam siąść? Raz, dwa, trzy. Jeden, jeden, jeden. Raz, dwa, trzy. Jeden, 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 jeden. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Jeden, jeden, jeden. Raz, dwa, trzy. Próba mikrofonu. Raz, dwa, trzy. Test, test, test. Jeden, 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 dwa, trzy. Jeden, dwa, trzy. Jeden, 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 dwa, trzy, jeden, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, jeden, jeden, jeden. Jeden, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy, jeden, jeden, jeden. Jeden, 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 jeden. Sprawdzamy. Ja reguluję, jedną kamerą reguluję. No właśnie, o to chodzi. O tym ci mówiłem.
A ile mamy jeszcze czasu?
No nie dużo. Dzięki.
To słuchaj. To czekaj, ja zrestartuję komp.
Raz, dwa, trzy, jeden, jeden, jeden. Okej. Lepiej czy... No to weź jeszcze...
Już za chwilę zaczniemy panel, jak zarządza się energią w miastach. Zapraszam Państwa, którzy chcieliby wziąć udział w panelu. Zapraszam również panelistów do pierwszego rzędu, żebyśmy mogli ich już za 5 minut poprosić tutaj na scenę. Przypominam, że jest streaming na www.fundusze-dla-mazowsza.eu. Za 5 minut zaczynamy. Nie, to ja. Tak. Ma być głośniej. Jak zarządzać energią w miastach? Już za chwilę się dowiemy, proszę Państwa, jak zarządzać energią w miastach. Zapraszam Państwa do nas, naszych panelistów. I zapraszam widzów, którzy chcą wziąć, i słuchaczy oczywiście, którzy chcą wziąć udział w naszym panelu. Bardzo widzę, że tłumnie Państwo do nas ruszacie. Tak jest, zapraszam już za chwilę i zapraszam pana Bartosza Dubińskiego, który będzie moderatorem tej dyskusji.
I give the floor to Bartosz Dubiński, who is going to moderate the panel.
Brawa, rzęsiste, wielkie brawa, tak jest, dokładnie, tak to powinno wyglądać.
Applause. Yes, thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo serdecznie, witam Państwa.
Thank you very much. Welcome everyone, as well as those on the web. We are online. This is worth mentioning. This is one aspect of Smart City and various features it offers. Today we will talk about the energy management in cities. I personally am not competent to speak about directly to you, so I will invite the panelists, Ms. Antonina Kaniszewska, firstly, a director of the National Energy Conservation Agency, and I would invite Juan Davi-Fer, who represents the European Green Technology Alliance, with us. I will invite Professor Piotr Biczel, who represents the Warsaw Technical University, and last but not least, Mr. Marcin Hulak, President of Center for Energy Management, CEO.
Paneliści na pewno dwa słowa wstępu na swój temat.
I guess the panelists will want to give us a brief information about themselves as they answer my first question. I would want to start with something that we've talked a lot since the beginning of the forum yesterday. 2/3 of inhabitants of Poland live in cities, and cities have become, as a result, the main consumers of energy, and this includes heat as well as electricity, primarily. Cities are also generators of problems, but also places where these problems are solved. These are places where much innovation happens in response, naturally, to the various challenges before us. So we need to understand the challenges as best as we can and discuss them as much as we can. I am convinced that Madam Director knows a lot about the challenges of cities, because the National Energy Conservation Agency works closely with towns, particularly in dealing with the low emissions problem. In the documents we look at, does that energy aspect play its important role? Naturally, the basis for dealing with the topic of management of energy in any city is the complex approach. Hence, back in 2014, we developed the idea of the plans of low-emission economy. Initially, we needed to capture all of importance to the city from the standpoint of low-emission economy, to look at their plans, master plans, their resource capabilities, their totality of the enterprises operating in a given town or gmina. Now these low-emission economy plans, we are multiplying. We have over 1,000 such plans at local level. So majority of large cities actually develop such papers. Now these policy papers aim to manage manage
Miały być to
energy,
dokumenty
energy use.
które są
These were
dokumentami ciągle
documents
żywymi
that are
i które
live
pomagają
documents
jednostkom samorządu
and that
terytorialnego
are
w zarządzaniu energii, w
aimed to
zbudowaniu
support
tych
the
działań,
local governments
które
in
przyniosą jak
developing
najlepsze korzyści.
measures that will yield best
Muszę
benefits.
stwierdzić, że
I
jakość
unfortunately need to
dokumentów,
state
które
that the
powstały w
quality of
Polsce,
documents
jest
produced
bardzo
in Poland
różna
is
i
quite varied.
oczywiście w pewnej części, ale nie we
To some
wszystkich
extent,
systemy
not
zarządzania
all
energii
of
i
them
potrzeba
appropriate
stworzenia
energy management
tego typu
systems
zarządzania
have
w
been
miastach
provided
została
for
wpisana.
and
Mam
inscribed
nadzieję, że
into
są to
these
dokumenty
documents.
żywe,
So
więc
these
ucząc się
hopefully
na
are
dobrych
documents that
przykładach, nawet te
are
miasta,
drafted and
gminy, które w
adjusted,
tej chwili nie mają
updated,
tego
and
tematu
also
w
the
swoich
gminas that have
dokumentach
not
będą
dealt
przy
with that
najbliższych
topic so far
aktualizacjach
will be
wpisywać
including that
konieczność
in their
i
most
korzyści, tak?
upcoming
Tutaj, myślę,
amendments.
że,
And
pozostali
the
panowie też
benefits
będą mieli dużo
are
do powiedzenia,
clear,
jakie
and many
korzyści
gentlemen
zarządzanie
will
energią
have much to say
przynosi
about
w
that.
gminach. To są
And of course,
rzeczywiście
energy
często
management
nawet
is a clear
milionowe
source of
kwestie.
benefits of various
Pozwolę sobie
types.
na takie pytanie uzupełniające.
Allow me
Wspomniała
for an
pani, że
extra
to
question to
dokumenty,
clarify. You said that these are live documents. Is there
prawna
any
reguła,
legal rule that
mówiąca o tym, jak często
or
one powinny być
requirement
uaktualniane?
that
Czy
would
właśnie
tell
one
us
mogą być
how
uaktualniane w
what
kontekście
the frequency
tej
of
nowej
updating
technologii
these
dostępnej
need to be done.
Między innymi
The best available technologies and conscious energy management
Plan gospodarki
aspects here.
niskoemisyjnej nie jest w żaden sposób
Low emission
wyraźnie
economy
usytuowany,
is
jeżeli
not
chodzi o
really couched in
obowiązek
any
przygotowania takiego dokumentu
legal
zgodnie
obligations in
w
terms of
wyniku
preparation of
realizacji
such a
którychś z ustaw
document.
na przykład, tak? Takim dokumentem dla gmin jest plan
For
zaopatrzenia
gminas,
w
of
ciepłą energię
course,
w
the
wysokie paliwa
heat
gazowe.
and
To
energy
każde
and gas
miasto, każda gmina musi przygotować. Plan
delivery
gospodarki
plans
niskoemisyjnej
need to be
ma być dodatkowym dokumentem, który
adopted.
jest
This is
aktualizowany
an
w miarę
additional
potrzeb,
subsidiary
w miarę
document that needs to
rozwoju
be
poszczególnych
updated
gmin. Czyli to
as
gminie
the
powinno
need
zależeć na
arises,
tym,
as driven
żeby
by the
był on,
development. So it should be
podstawą
the
do tego,
gminas in the gminas interest to
żeby uzyskać
make sure that
dofinansowanie
it
chociażby,
is a
dlatego,
solid
że,
basis for
właściwie
additional
większość regionalnych
co-financing.
programów operacyjnych
Most regional
w większości tych
operational
dokumentów znajdują
programs
się zapisy,
have
że jeżeli
language to the effect
jest
that if a project
zaplanowane
has
w
been
planie
planned
gospodarki niskoemisyjnej,
under
wówczas
the
bądź
low
jako
emission
wymóg konieczny,
economy
bądź jako
rules,
priorytetowy,
then
będzie miało większą
it will
możliwość
have
starania się o
as
dofinansowanie.
priority, then
Czyli
it has
to
a
ma być tak
basis
często
for
dokument uzupełniany
co-financing,
i
strong
uaktualizowany, jak
basis for that.
szybko zmienia się
So
sytuacja w każdym
depending,
mieście. Jeżeli
all
jest
depends
miasto
on the
wręcz
rapid
działające,
change in
systemy
the given
zarządzania energią w
city,
mieście, powstają nowe
if there
zespoły,
are
na przykład
new
zajmujące się tym tematem,
teams
wtedy
that
może
deal
się
with the
okazać, że
topic, it
nawet
may turn out
corocznie
that
taki dokument
such a
może być
document
opracowany.
may be updated on annual basis, actually.
Teraz, panie prezesie, swoje pytanie
Mr. President, and I am addressing myself to Mr. Hulak.
technologie.
Looking at today's available technologies in this area,
Antonina mówiła,
as Madam Antonina mentioned, allow the cities to be the primary buyer into the systems, energy management systems, obviously, that you produce, that you generate. Definitely so. Awareness of the consumers, the local governments, administrations has been on the increase. And as Madam said, these are costly investments going into millions of zlotys, but also the benefits go into millions. Looking at the planning stage, metering, for example, in the local communities, we touch on another important problem that somehow is not linked to this low or energy management, and this is public finance law provision, which I don't know fully, but one of the aspects says that for a project to be done, funds need to be allocated, earmarked for it in the budget for a given period, being a budgetary year or a longer period. One barrier that stands in the way of implementing various projects relating to intelligent support system or energy support or energy management systems is the fact that intelligent city, smart city, local government with those planning and management system actually is able to meet the requirements of the local public finance law. In other words, do you plan first and then manage, or is it the other way around? I'm very much for firstly manage and then plan, because at that stage we know exactly what we have in the portfolio. So the awareness is growing indeed, and we are taking milestone steps in building intelligent local governments. I understand that the business approach to local administration, measure first to be able to manage, that's what you're suggesting, yes.
W wypowiedzi pana prezesa padło to słowo w języku polskim, nie w angielskim.
Of course, the president used the word smart here in Polish, so this intelligent management, intelligent technologies were mentioned. So let me address my question now to Juan Davi Feje. The smart metering and smart grid solutions that you are able to look at on a daily basis with your clients, the cluster cities, has that been transposed to Poland at least on micro scale? Are there any good examples of good implementations that we can all boast about? Well, thank you very much. Thank you firstly for the opportunity of sharing a little bit with you at this meeting. To turn to the specific question, when we talk about smart grid and smart metering, we need to have clarity that we can look at energy in a new way, renewables, and without monitoring, we're not able to manage effectively the energy use. As we heard, management is primary, but we cannot manage without data, of course. Once we collect the data, then how do we do that? With meters. Throughout Europe, for some time now, we have been installing intelligent meters, which will provide us with online information about the consumption, but not only that, also the quality of delivery. That allows us to manage further. That's real management, in fact. The ability to monitor. What I would, if I may, draw a comparison here. Most likely there are 15 million meters that require replacement. It would be great if we use this time when we replace the meters, that they provide not only the monitoring function, but that those meters would have such as information that ensure that we do not use the energy for non-vital home use. Also in Japan there's been a practice where we ensure a smooth, harmonious transfer, that we need to be a step ahead of Europe. In Europe, this is not yet done, but at this moment in Poland, we could take that major step forward that so that we can manage in the future. Hopefully this is clear, but what I want to say is that we allow the client, we allow to use energy, draw as much energy as they wish. However, of course, capacities are limited on the cable side. When we look at the distribution, realities are what they are. These are the investments, replacement investments will need to go into billions of złotych. So it's worthwhile to limit the harmonious to liquid move. Hopefully I've overstayed my welcome maybe with the time use. This is a very professional response, but as I listened to your question, your answer, I started thinking whether we should not be smart to the extent that we are prepared to consciously implement these technologies. Smart metering, smart city, all of these are possible to implement if and only if the user is well prepared to use them. We always talk about smart cities, and it's true that much depends. We need to do some things at home, so to speak, in managing energy. However, there are some things that major electric operators do to decide which metering features they will use. I just touch on the subject because this is the time, this is the moment. In 5 years, it will be too late.
Thank you. Now my question to Mr. Professor. Listening to the previous interventions, we see that we have a lot of potential when it comes to managing energy in cities. I bet not only in the cities, you may also look at it at the level of community or company, but let's focus on cities today. It is necessary in the context of sustainable policies. The question is, how do we relate to that? Isn't it that we are putting the word smart instead of eco? Up till recently, we've been mentioning eco all the time. Now it's smart, smart, smart. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for inviting me. I'm very honored to be here with you. I do agree with you. And I think that nowadays, in the media, there are certain keywords that mean nothing right now. It used to be eco, and now smart is the next fashionable word. I don't think it's good, because the words had an idea behind them at the beginning, and now, as the word loses its meaning, we lose the idea that stands behind it. But let me please relate to the opinions of my four speakers who were speaking of energy management in cities and how a city could be organized from the energy point of view. And I have to say that there are a lot of things to be done. The first thing to start with is to ask, what does it mean, energy management? Because, well, my job is to explain people some things and some expressions. So management is a group of activities that are aimed for an effect where we have better usage of energy, which means that we generate it more effectively, that we send it more efficiently, and that we insist on using less of it, on having better quality energy to be sure that we do get the energy, etc., and so on and so forth. In between those activities, there are many challenges, from the technical challenges, like metering something and checking something via some organization, some framework, and then finally the actions that are social actions. Because energy management starts in kindergarten. When we teach children, then if they have an old type bulb, then they have to turn it off and on. When they go out of the room, turn off and turn on when they come back. And if they have a modern bulb, then they should turn it on and leave it. So those are small things that we have to teach the children. If we want to boil the water in a kettle just for yourself, then put a cup of water into the kettle and not a liter and a half. That's where you start to manage energy. Second of all is what is the way of providing the energy to the final user and whether the final user will be able to influence this energy somehow. As we know, especially when we introduce renewables, their energy will be we will be able to take it for some time, and in some other time it will not be produced, so not. So each of us at home should decide, okay, so today there is no wind, so I am not doing my laundry. Maybe tomorrow it will be windy, so I will do my laundry. Of course, we can take this action today. I don't need to have a meter at my home. I know that it's windy, I can see that it's windy, so I know that the wind electro plant nearby my city is producing energy, so I can do the laundry. So the idea of shaping demand for the people to use the energy at the best moment, so we can give a screen to people that they could see, for example, the price of energy. So, for example, use it when it's cheap and not when it's expensive. You can make an automatic system. You can just mount it and then you don't have to think about it anymore. And still half of the people will never learn it and they will pay 100 of zlotys or 200 and they will never take into account how much energy they use. Another important issue is that we have to change the attitude that we have to the grid. When it comes to sending energy in cities, well, you can look at the city nowadays as one body, one organism, where each element influences the other, like roads, for example. If people cannot get somewhere, then the city stops developing. People are not building plants, they are not buying flats. So what does the local government do? Well, it builds roads. So you have to decide on the road lights, etc. So what's easiest is in the heating plants that have always been small and related closely to local governments, those are fastest to enter this level of thinking. When it comes to electricity, it's a bit more difficult, because when it comes to electricity, big companies are managing it. So in my opinion, it's bad. I think that the biggest change that we need to do, that the responsibility for distribution of energy and organization of that should be handed to local governments, and they should decide where to send the energy, where the energy line should be, what the configuration of the line should be, so that it would be coherent to the needs of the local society. So I think that that's the field where we should act. Second of all, cities should be self-efficient, especially from the energy point of view. We've had it in our constitutions for 20 years already. The 5th article of the constitution says that the local government should provide the citizens with energy. Maybe it should also be responsible for building the infrastructure and managing the infrastructure. Maybe it should convince people to take some spontaneous action. We speak nowadays of local financing regions, where people themselves agreed they would do something in order to produce their own energy for themselves. to use their own energy and to just be able to provide the necessary energy for themselves and just use the big system from time to time. So I can go on like that. Maybe let's stop here. Well, you can imagine that first local zone of financing is a building, is a house. In the new energy management, we should force building only passive energy buildings, like zero energetic ones or the ones that you can regulate. Buildings, factories, schools, and housing. Then you can make groups of buildings where you would have maybe a solar plant or a biogas plant, or maybe use some equipment that is stored in hospital and it's not used much. So let's use this energy capsule for a certain territory to provide the energy there. And let's make it in Russian matryoshki style, one in another. So please remember that 1% of energy savings per hour gives such savings that are used by individual user in 2 or 3 months at home. So that's very important to be able to, for example, make the line shorter, because every single percent is a huge amount of energy to be saved, and in the consequence no CO2 emissions and other emissions, etc.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you. Well, it's obvious from what you say that what you need is energy education is the first thing. Second of all,
energetyka rozproszona. Te sieci ciepłownicze są chyba bardzo dobrym
dispersed energetics.
Zdecydowana większość z nich
I think that most of
niemalże smart, czyli one są zarządzane.
Smart already.
Doskonale opomiarowane, przynajmniej.
They are metered perfectly well in most of cases, and they are nowadays integrated to new sources of energy. They are broadened with new generations of heat, the heat pumps and solar energy and other things like that. We smart grid, smart cities, smart metering, but city consists of buildings, and the buildings are the main receiver of energy in the cities. So my question is to Ms. Antonina. In what way do you analyze the potential of energy savings in buildings? We know that many analyses were conducted by you, and whether throughout the years you can see a change. Indeed, when it comes to the usage of energy in buildings, both when it comes to energy, electrical energy and heat energy, we've done a lot. Starting with single buildings and energy audits and thermomodernization, which is preparing of investments, but also in helping the cities to indicate the ways of managing public buildings. That, when it comes to cities, is a big scale of buildings, and judging by the cities who introduced this type of management, which means being aware of the things that we've discussed today, what buildings we have, how much the buildings use, and sometimes just minimal changes make it possible to change the energy costs. And
zmysłowe
thanks to
pieniądze,
that
czyli pozostają w
gain
budżecie
money
pieniądze,
that will
które nie
stay
wydajemy
in the
na
budget. We are not
budynki
going to
publiczne
spend
i
this
które
money on
możemy
public
dalej
buildings,
przeznaczyć
and then
chociażby
the
na
money
dalsze
can be
działania
spent
związane z
on
oszczędnością,
further
z
activities
oszczędnością
related
energii.
to saving
to jak
energy.
gdyby trzeba być
But
świadomym i
you
trzeba
have to
chcieć.
be
Stąd
aware and you
ten
have to
cały
want.
aspekt edukacyjny,
That's where the
stąd dokumenty
education
strategiczne,
aspect
które
comes from.
pomagają w tych działaniach. Stąd
And,
różnego rodzaju grupy wspólnie
That's
działających
where
podmiotów,
many
które
types of
dążą
groups
do
of
tego,
subjects who
żeby
will cooperate together
zarządzanie energią
are
zarówno w
heading
budynkach
to
jednorodzinnych,
when
jak i
trying
przede
to
wszystkim
manage
jako ta
energy
wzorcowa
in
rola w budynkach
family
publicznych
housing
zostało
and in
wprowadzone.
public buildings
Zostało
should
wprowadzone
be
nie
introduced,
tylko
not
gdzieś tam
only
potem ukryte w czeluściach pojedynczego urzędu,
in order to
ale
hide
również
it afterwards
było w
in
jakikolwiek sposób
one
wspierane z
office,
terenów
but just
województwa,
to
z terenu całej
gather
Polski.
it from the
Tu
voivodeship
jednym z
or
takich
from the whole
przykładów może być na
terrain
przykład
of the
koalicja
country.
na rzecz
A good example is a
utworzenia
coalition
takiego
for
krajowego systemu gospodarowania energią. W tej chwili
creating
to
a
jest
national
około
system
85
of managing energy. At the moment it's around 85 subjects that take part in the coalition. It was set up in 2014 and we, our agency, are always also a part of that. All 48
jak najbardziej
subjects
miasta
are
widzą już tą potrzebę, żeby wymieniać swoje
the ones
doświadczenia
that are
i
managing
żeby dążyć do
territories.
tego, żeby powstał krajowy system, który
We
będzie
have to
zbierał
head to creating a
informacje,
national
zbierał dane
system
ze
that will
wszystkich miast i
gather
ułatwiał tak
information from
naprawdę
all the
ich
cities
porównanie
and facilitate
i
comparing them
pokazywanie najlepszych
and
praktyk,
showing the
pokazywanie
best
tego,
practices,
co robi
showing
gmina czy
what
miasto sąsiednie, bo niestety
community
bardzo
and
często jest
our
tak,
neighboring
że
city
jedno
does.
miasto
Because very
zarządzanie
often one
energią ma u
city
siebie bardzo
manages
dobrze
energy very
rozpracowane,
well,
a
and
miasto,
the
które jest
other
dosłownie 20
that is
kilometrów
neighboring
dalej,
city just
wydaje się,
20
że nic w tym
kilometers
temacie
away
jeszcze
does
nie robi. Czyli tu
nothing
jak gdyby
that would be
złączenie
related to the
tego
topic.
wszystkiego,
So putting it all
w
together
w jedną
would be a
całość.
great idea.
Krajowy system,
The
to, jak
national
to
system
zupełnie chcemy tutaj zmieniać to podejście, czyli nie chcemy mówić o
is
tym, że to
aimed
rząd czy
to
państwo ma
change
coś tam
this
narzucić,
approach. So we
tylko
don't want
zebrać
to
właśnie tych uczestników
impose
lokalnych,
anything.
czyli te
We don't want the
miasta,
state to impose something on us, but we want to
powiaty
get
czasami,
together
tak, tutaj
with
te
the
jednostki
cities,
są
with
różnymi
the
uczestnikami w projekcie, zobaczyć
communities
ich
and
potrzeby i
see
to,
their
jak one
needs
działają.
and the way how
Które tu tak myślę, że
they
każdy z panów,
work.
który
I think that each of
współpracuje
you
z
who
miastami
works with
w Polsce,
cities
widzi, że
in
są
Poland
miasta, które
can see
rzeczywiście
that there are
bardzo
cities
dużo
which
chęcić
and give
wszystkich
incentives
pracowników
to
urzędu do tego,
mayors
żeby
and to all the
zająć się zoptymalizowaniem
workers
zarządzania
of
energią.
offices to manage
Wzorcowa
energy
rola
easier.
miast, co się
So-
potem powinno przekładać i jak gdyby zachęcać do zarządzania
How
całą
to
energią,
encourage
gdzie
people to
używano
manage all of the energy used in the
Przyznam
cities.
się, że
Thank you for that.
Przed dzisiejszą debatą
Out of interest, before our discussion today, I
znaną, powszechnie znaną i
searched
rozpoznawalną wyszukiwarkę internetową hasło jak zarządzać
the,
energią w miastach.
the words how to manage energy in cities, and the responses from the net was quite encouraging. We had specific responses in specific towns. So there are specific cities in Poland where the implementations have taken place, and we have specific systems. Hence, Mr. Maciej Królak, who is with us, he actually ran the initial pilot project for energy management.
Dość chyba miarodajny.
And this is pretty
wyniki dostaliśmy 227 punktów poboru
benchmarking response, 227 points of energy offtake over 12 months of monitoring.
Czy mamy jakieś takie benchmarki, czy mamy...
Do we have specific benchmarks, or have we profiled the users? And what is the use of data that you were able to collect in business, purely business terms, necessary for management? We've collected massive amounts of data that needs to be processed, analyzed, and we did that.
Natomiast oczywiście trochę pół żartem, pół serio,
just in jocular vein, that translates into let's say allowing us to economize on the financial side. All these non-financial optimizations were already completed in Poland. So where the option was selection, switching into different things, that had been done 70% of the towns. The natural next step is when you complete your non-investment related optimization, then you start looking at those that require some capital outlays. So first you need to define the spend that you need to make to save something in the outcome, in other words, so that the net result be positive. So piloting of the media use in our case, and specifically electricity, based on the 227 or 230 points, off-take points. On that basis, we got a sort of standard situation in terms of procurement of electricity through public procurement, and adoption of appropriate tariffs, and what else can we do? The first outcomes came in a matter of 3 months when we were able to compare month to month and compare month to 2 months. And then we went on with the first half of the year. Well, after 6 months, we saw a certain curve developing. If we have appropriate adjustment of tariffs and availability of power, we got information that we would not have gotten without this type of monitoring. It may sound funny, but we are dealing with a situation in which renewal of a certain part of town was conducted. A fountain has put in place that operates only in the summertime, and energy use meter is put on that fountain, and it turns out that this engine that runs the fountain uses so much energy that the charge for power generates incredible costs, comparably very high. So there are many, of course, secrets that I want to divulge here, but this is a very good optimization because you can optimize on the financial side if you optimize electricity. And the savings went into 40,000 zloty per this small town per year. So the question to the administration is that money worth really going through the effort of actually saving? Once we analyze the data, the massive data volumes, which can be exported into an Excel sheet, won't tell you much initially, but if you compare them quarter to quarter, year to year, and compare that to equivalent periods in previous years, we can devise a profile that will allow us to maximize our savings. Energy is actually money, translates into funds and savings. So let me address my next question to Juan Dabi. Smart city, smart living, will that require major efforts on the part of the investors, or based on your experience with the electric cars and energy storage systems? Are these funds or come back to us, or those saved costs actually cover the investment costs that we need to incur? I believe that that's a topic that adds on to the information that we've discussed already. We continue talking about the electric-powered cars. They exist, and you may have actually taken a ride as a user. But I need to say that there's still quite some way before electric cars become prevalent in Poland.
ryba gryzie ogonek. No nie wiem, jeżeli to jest dobrze.
There is an expression in Spanish which says that the fish is biting on the nail on the back fin or something. So the charging of batteries outside of the home, because of course there's a major problem there. You have to build those. This system needs to be built. And of course many people are saying we won't do it because there is no way of charging these cars easily. Maybe it's worthwhile breaking into this market. And I believe that once we build the network of these battery charging places, the electric cars usage will follow. It's worth considering that local governments who decide oftentimes about these investments, if we put in place the charging locations, it will then be something that will not only be useful for charging cars, but that small charging stations might have 60 or 100 kilowatt-hour collection of energy. That will allow us to do that. I don't want to say too much on the subject, but if there is supply, I got the right word, I think, in Polish. If there is a substantial supply of energy, we can store it. And of course, when there is undersupply, when there is high demand, we can, of course, provide it. So this is something doable. I am convinced that if we start building the places where we can rapidly store, if we have the storage, some cars can rapidly be charged and not wait hour or more than an hour. So that could speed up the process, because the local energy might be chargeable quickly. So that opens up many new opportunities. It's a topic worth considering in Poland. And with the EU funding available for investment rather than spent, this is an investment for the future. If we can change many things, if we change the machine park or the vehicles, we can hope for real savings on day-to-day, but also saving in carbon emissions. So that's important. I am not talking about, of course, penalties. That can also be counted and should be counted, but it's worth investing in into these things.
Thank you very much. If you would like to add something more, you may. Please do. If not, then I will leave a minute for you in that when the time for summing up of the discussion will be. Mr. Director, the city of the future is a term that we've mentioned a couple of times today. And
bliżej może jeszcze nieznane albo już znane systemy zarządzania w ogóle sferą
future cities mean also future energy management. How do you think it would look like in the nearest future? When you ask me about cities of the future, I see glass houses and possibility of setting the weather inside where you would live happily. That's where I hope we would head. Even though I do like when the sun is shining at me directly and when the rain is raining, but well, the cities are heading in the development in the way where they would be balanced bodies organisms as such, and energy will be one of the key things in there. We have to remember that nowadays we talk a lot about energy safety, energy security, being independent energy-wise, and today's providing energy for example, Warsaw is highly dependent on the big plants, especially the coal ones. If we wouldn't have coal, then we wouldn't have enough energy that we need. Please, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that in order to increase Warsaw's energy security, then you have to focus on the territories that are out of the city. What is the huge issue of building the energy electrical line in the way of Tarzew, because of the fact that some people who own land on the way don't agree to interfere in their land. So the question is whether the city on its zone of impact is able to generate all the energy that is needed for the energy. And I think, yes, that's the way how a city in the future should look like, for the city to be able to produce the energy it needs in the city, so that the people who live in the city should have solar electrical plants on the roofs of housing and schools, and also some bigger installations, biogas ones, for example. It should be all combined together, and the development of the sources should be stimulated by the local government who governs the particular city. And also the growth of the energy network should be managed by the local government in order to optimize it all and to increase to decrease the risk of blackouts, so that citizens would also be able to have initiative. If they, for example, come up with an idea, well, in our part of the city there is not enough energy, so let's do something to do it better. So then we make a cooperative, we make an investment, we should be given the right to do that, and the local government should ensure us such a right. It shouldn't be like that there is a provider who has a monopoly for building energy grids at a certain terrain, because to us as citizens it's not favorable. It shouldn't be like that that an entrepreneur is waiting for the energy for 6 months, and in this time he's not able to keep with his business, even though he still has to pay his employers. If it works like that, it means someone has to do something so that this entrepreneur could solve his problem in another way. I personally think that managing energy in the city, that is also understood by managing energy infrastructure in the city, should be passed to the hands of local government and head in the direction of creating closed terrains, and that's how it should look like in the future. Of course, today it's impossible to do that. The law regulations, the framework is not good for that, but my job is not to focus on the law. It's just to share an idea and to have an idea, and where the law begins, my job finishes, actually. So it is not easy to get to the point, I mean, in Warsaw, even though I come from Warsaw and my grandparents were from Warsaw, and there are not many people who are like that. But I envy people who live in smaller towns that are up to 50,000 people, where the local government is really devoted to what they do, and they are not fighting for policy reasons. The cities like Przasnysz, Mazowiecki, maybe Siedlce and Radom, where the local government has much more to say, but also the unit is smaller, you can do much more, and people are much more prone to cooperate. So I think that the places are going to be turned into such places that I've already heard of, where the local government has built an all-on energy grid in order to, for example, provide energy for new industrial park. What's not good, though, is that if after creating such a network, they hand it into the hands of an energy provider instead of managing it themselves, as they should do, in my opinion. I, of course, agree with you, Miss. A lot depends on planning. What I am talking about are not actions that you can take ad hoc. It requires a lot of analyzing and thinking, 20, at least 10 years to the future. It's not going to happen from one day to another. Thank you very much. Today we speak a lot about managing, and I have to manage the time during the panel. So unfortunately, I have to tell you that we are heading to the end. Let me sum up the debate in 3 points. So managing energy in the cities is making the cost reasonable, being environmentally friendly, and diversification of energy sources. And this is just a short sum up from my point, and I would like all of the panelists to share the final words with us. So we have 5 minutes.
Dobrze, 5 minut dzielone przez 4 to tak troszkę ponad minutę. Ja powiem
Slightly above 1 minute for me then. I believe that all of us, as we're here, agree that it is up to us to monitor what we have. We need to implement new technologies in a comprehensive fashion in the cities, and smaller cities have it easier. City must act in concert. If the councilmen learn from one another and from other cities, wish to act, then all of the entities and inhabitants of the town will firstly be ready to operate there on the corporate side and will transfer certain habits onto their own let's say household level. We also the administrations need to act as trendsetters, demonstrating what savings can be achieved, and that cities manage then energy in a comprehensive manner jointly. I must say that it's difficult to discuss with you because we have been in agreement all the entire session. Well, what we've said seems to be the way forward unavoidably. What I would add that the things that will continue developing the small energy generation sources and introduction of electricity management and management systems in the town, will that be the drastic increase in electricity tariffs, or a depletion of the fossil fuels? And finally, how much time do we have left, because we have entered the route already. I'd like to sum up in a slightly different way. One thing I wish to announce clearly on the energy front, I believe we need to take decisions, which is very important. Failure to take decisions should be actually penalized more than taking the wrong decisions. I have seen many years where the topic of energy has not been taken up at all, and that has not helped the country. But I am now happy that Poland is moving forward. Some things are good, some are not so good, but I think decisions need to be taken, and local governments need to be constrained to make decisions in this area. It's bad when the topic is there on the desks and never undertaken. Whether we should invest or otherwise, is it worth it or not worth it? That's the worst. Allow me this type of sentiment, but that's my point of view. I will now feature an appeal, particularly to the local governments, that you should not be afraid to introduce changes, that you plan boldly, also development of your cities in the energy front. And don't worry when someone tells you you shouldn't. Some operator says that this should be done otherwise. Well, build your own operator if you're not happy with the one that offers you services. Don't be afraid of a change. You can always come back and talk to us, to me, to meet and to look at the alternative solutions. Remember that energy sector is something you need to think in the 30-year horizon. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. So think that in 30 years, we might no longer have these conventional energy sources, but we will have dispersed. We need to be fostering development of energy sources and management. We need to, in a sense, as we learned to plant and harvest grasses, in other words, corn, we need to do the same this day and age. And I believe you should be the driver of the change that is ahead of us. Applause is by all means needed. Thank you all to all the panelists, to all of you in the audience, and this is an appeal that we use to close the session. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy naszym panelistom. Zapraszamy oczywiście do rozmów, do zadawania pytań, na pewno będzie ich bardzo dużo, ale prosimy o zadawanie tych pytań tuż za zieloną ścianą.
Welcome you to ask questions to the panelists right behind the green wall, and we invite you to the next panel that is going to take place in a minute at precisely 1:30 precisely. Now we have a precise definition of a moment. All of you who are not able to see us live may watch online all our panels. So I invite you to come back in some time for the next panel, which is innovative services for smart cities and regions.
Do zobaczenia za chwilę. Proszę Państwa, już za 5 minut rozpoczniemy kolejny panel, czyli rewitalizacja, czyli jak wprowadzać ożywienie społeczno-gospodarcze. I już za 5 minut zapraszam Państwa, więc panelistów powoli zapraszam do pierwszego rzędu, a wszystkich Państwa, którzy chcecie wziąć udział w tym panelu, do zajęcia miejsc. Streaming na www.funduszedlamazowsza.eu. A zatem rewitalizacja, czyli jak wprowadzić ożywienie społeczno-gospodarcze. Zapraszam na scenę moderatora Sylwię Maksym.
Next panel is starting right now. I invite to the stage the moderator, Miss Sylwia Wójcicka.
Brawa dla Pani Sylwii.
Applause,
Pani
please.
Sylwia sprawi, że dowiemy się, jak zrewitalizować.
Sylwia is going to tell us how to revitalize.
Dzień dobry Państwu, ja poproszę
Good
panelistów,
morning, ladies and gentlemen. I invite the panelists of the debate to the floor.
Dorotę Chudowską.
Miss Dorota Chudowska-Rączka.
Zapraszam.
Welcome.
Prezes Stowarzyszenia Forum Rewitalizacji, architekt, członek. Proszę zająć dogodne Pani miejsce.
Please take the most convenient seat for you.
Paulina Sikorska.
Now Paulina Sikorska.
Urząd Marszałkowski
From the Marshal Office of Mazovian Voivodeship, Mr. Piotr Wielgus from Pracownia Zrównoważonego Rozwoju.
Czekamy jeszcze jeszcze na pana
We are waiting for Mr. Jacek Grundmeier, and I invite Mr. Paweł Lisowski from the Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego.
Drodzy Państwo, jesteśmy
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the panel which slogan is Smart City. We are going to speak of revitalization,
będziemy opowiadać o tym, jak niwelować
talking about how
problemy
to mitigate the
obszarów
issues of marginalized territories.
Chciałabym jako rozpoczęcie tej dyskusji
To start the discussion, I would like you to refer to at least try to explain whether revitalization and work at marginalized territories can be a tool to create smart cities that are well managed and friendly, open cities of the future. So I would like to start with Ms. Dorota. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Yes, of course. I think that the step towards revitalization is related to the buildings that already were revitalized can be so high that it can fastly convert into being smart. What's important is to stick to the rules that not only relate to the smart city vision, but those also have to be goals that have to be precise and easy to achieve and precisely placed in the time. So there is a certain process that should be conducted with the logical criteria. And well, I would like to quote a part of your manifest that is called "Come Back to the Cities," which means that we are at the right place. In your manifest, you wrote that it's high time to stop escaping from the problem and start treating a city as a whole, as a space for society, as a place for good life and of realizing your aspirations. It's worth to think of what's concerning to us and why and how to change it. Of course, it fits very well the crisis territories. We should pay attention to the fact that normally such terrains are crisis terrains, and right now we observe, we've been observing for many years, that the satellite terrains are mostly being paid attention to, and we don't really pay much attention to what's already there. If a terrain already has infrastructure, then it's not being taken care of. So we've observed in the last years that the quality of life decreased a lot. Therefore, we need some to repair before what we have before we start to invest into broadening the infrastructure on the outskirts, and before we start building something that is not rationally explained. We have to take into account that many cities are shrinking, especially the small cities are losing its citizens. There is an outflow of citizens of the city. So building new cities doesn't have that much sense. Mr. Piotr, how does it look like from your point of view in the organization which is in charge of revitalization and started in Toruń, whether a smart city can be born thanks to revitalization or at least develop thanks to revitalization? Well, let me start with saying
Zapraszam pana
that.
Jacka Gruntmajera.
Excuse me. Before you start, I invite to the floor Jacek Gruntmajer from the Office of Revitalization in Warsaw. So, as of '92, as of the moment when the global strategy for development started, an idea how the cities should develop started. So the idea is coherent to the idea of European cities and with smart cities. And with many documents, European documents and national city policy. So from this point of view, from global via national to regional, everybody knows how a city should develop, which direction to head, and what are the directions that are good ones and which are not. It's a common knowledge which doesn't reach to the local governments. So revitalization is a big chance for implementing the idea of smart city and all the others, like city movements, for example. But it all depends on the governing people, on the people who decide, who prepare the documents, and on the document, whether it is going to be prepared in a way that is going to make it possible to verify its whether it is going to be successful while implementing. So the territories which are degraded. So the idea isn't to make it even, that the level of the whole city would be same, but it is that revitalizing such a terrain would be giving a domino effect with making all the other parts of the city smarter and better. So it is starting a smart city at a piece of a city. So it's a kind of a laboratory where you can start, where you can incentivize a process. So Praga in Warsaw is the part of the city that everyone is looking at the moment. Answering the question that was asked a while before, I do agree with Piotr that the place where the revitalization programs are implemented are the terrains, the places where we have a chance to create something new. Those are the places where we can experiment, where we can do something new, what we haven't done before. Revitalization is needed in places that are degraded, where something is not working well. And all the criteria that has to be fulfilled by territory to be able to say that we are entering the program of reclamation. So if there are some issues, then we have to look at it in such a way that this part of the city is weaker than the rest of the city. So if we are to do something that is going to implement changes in a reasonable time, then we have to take a path that is not so classical, to do something extra, to take an approach from a completely different side and in a way that is not known yet, in an innovative way. I think that this kind of experiments are the path to be taken in order to check whether something is going to work as a shortcut. Speaking of the Warsaw case, we want to implement something that are not entirely new, but they already are working somewhere in the world. And what we plan to do is not
okrzepłe, można by powiedzieć.
yet
Niektóre miasta różne pomysły z tych, które planujemy wdrażać,
is not mature yet.
wprowadzają.
So
To są
some
zmiany w przestrzeni publicznej, to
ideas
są
in
zmiany
the
w podejściu
public
do
space, some
tego, w jaki
changes
sposób
in
rozmawiamy z
approach
ludźmi. Natomiast
to how we talk to people.
jeśli patrzymy na
na
całość, no to
it as a
trudno znaleźć
whole,
takie jedno
then
miasto
it is
w Polsce,
difficult to find one city in Poland that could be an example for us. It's rather Warsaw who is a benchmark.
Każdy program rewitalizacji jest inny, bo niby problemy
Each reclamation project is different. We can see that they are similar, but the reason for them are different. I now I'll ask Paulina Sikorska, why is it that a year ago, after adopting the new bill on revitalization, and we have new mechanisms after a year since it started, is it just a fashion for the world, or is it a gate to gain European Union's funds, or how important is it, and why local governments are taking part in such actions?
It is a bit of a fashion indeed. Everyone wishes to reclaim or renew their cities. And the panel, as we sit around here, we are all engaged in the process. We all write programs, know about it, whether we have grants or don't. It's just a thing to do. If you don't do it, then you're behind the pack, so to speak. But on the other hand, there is a clear need, and we've come to a phase in our development where we are interested in solving problems of the degraded urban areas. That's the stage of development of Polish cities, where there's need to address the problem of the more degraded areas of the cities. Now, why are we addressing this at the regional voivodeship level, and why is it placed there? I think there's a need for a uniform reclamation system, and we need to establish that at all levels of public administration. And the ministry's stance testifies to the fact that awareness is increasing, and the need for collaboration in this area with the local governments, particularly who might otherwise not be able to deal with the programming in this area. We seem to be all learning of the process, and we collaborate together, not just learning on others and own mistakes, but opportunities for joint discussions and joint solutions is being explored. And that's what it is all about. Allow me not to agree with your first part of your statement. I believe that society is not yet ripe to Polish society of living in urban areas, as well as the councilmen, to perceive the urban renewal need. Were it not for the funds, EU funds for that, we would not see that developing in the Polish cities. Generally speaking, the urban movements for many years now have been speaking to the topic to revitalize cities. And it is only 15 years down the road that we have some policy papers on the subject. So again, there are individuals and experts who understand the situation, but most of the local governments just prepare the documents to be able to participate in the competition. It's all about competition and getting for money, EU money at the Marshal's office. It's just like culture or other aspects, or education, say. There are specific announcements for competitions, and urban reclamation is one of the topics, and there are terms of reference that are drafted in order to win the access to the money. So we are moving to a bold statement which touches on strategic planning and planning of specific measures, urban renewal. These are typically not just 6-month or 12-month projects. There are projects that are running to 12 years. You cannot assess them in a matter of a year. So strategic thinking is called for here. And funding, of course. Director. I just couldn't wait to take the floor. Admittedly, I have the pleasure of representing the national structure, and from my perspective, we are and you know the policy paper, and which opens up the longer-term perspective funding. Various funding institutions under the development fund will be coming together. We are in a sense pioneers in funding urban reclamation. A selected number of voivodeships actually entered the road of funding, of acting and using European funds for the purpose, including the Jessica program. And the cities, there was a specific instrument and mechanism that disciplines cities and thinking about these are repayable resources. So that's the future for us, isn't it? I agree with you. You all are in the right when it comes to planning, analysis, and reflection here. But at the end of the day, it's the effectiveness of action that counts, and the objectives for which we undertake the effort. So it's not just to do a loft that we present here in the background, but the social economic idea of the urban renewal. This is worth discussing. We don't assess business plans purely described in 1 page or 200 pages with numbers and everything. We assess the environment, the purposes for which the project is undertaken, and what is the horizon for a return on the investment. That's the necessity we need to bear in mind here. We need to fit the realities, and you need to prepare rational, effective plans. Let me say that we all live in the world of legal realities. We need to understand the legal acts and act rationally. And that suggests solutions that might necessarily not be driven by law, such as PPP initiatives. That's another feature of funding that in the future will be instrumental in achieving our developmental visions. Jacek, on looking at Warsaw, a major scale urban area, we cannot avoid strategic thinking and ways of, in a sense, this pressurizes us to think. You had to plan, you had to develop strategy and specific projects as well that would fit that program. Is it simple to prepare an urban renewal program that will yield good effects? It's not easy to answer that question, whether it's simple or otherwise. You would want me to say it's simple, but it's worth noting that reclamation is an interdisciplinary area. Well, multidisciplinary thing is where most of things we have in the cities. We have these vertically integrated structures that take care of streets and roads and energy and transport and so on. It works, but doesn't work too well because there is difficulty in information flow between these structures. Because of this difficulty in information flow between these silos, there is no strategic thinking, interdisciplinary approach, in other words. And thanks to that, we could see how one area impacts the other. Changes in one area might actually stimulate economic development elsewhere, which is not always visible when you look at actions of the administration. The road people think of roads and not of the trade that might develop as a result. So, of course, access improves social contact, cities become user-friendly, inhabitant-friendly, crime falls, people can get to know one another and say, I've got this friend who is looking for an employee. So these things come together somehow, and if you note that these things come together and the program needs to connect certain things and introduce them in a certain order is important. If you develop such reclamation programs, we need to understand and see how things fall into place together. And whether it's difficult is something that you need to reflect on. We talked earlier about the fact that just preparation of a program of urban renewal, development of a vision we wish to achieve, and the objectives that we wish to achieve takes time. And we need to somehow
obviously, yes, true. First of all, you have to think of the goal. For the financial institutions, what's important is your goal. So the question is, why are you doing that first? I understand everything that you think of, and we all are thinking in the same way. So you cannot work if you don't have a model, if you don't create a model, also the financing model. And as I said before, the fact that we managed to create financing with a repayable financing, and this understanding is soon going to be in all the regions. That's something that we succeeded in when it comes to
obchodziło specjalnie, w jaki sposób Państwo dzisiaj dochodzić do różnego rodzaju, nie wiem, no już tego konkretnego projektu.
When it comes to the precise projects, how you get to that is very important, but what's most important is the goal and the reason why are you doing the project in the first place. So there are many types, and here I want to relate to your intervention, because if we say that we want to build up good models in the space that's been degraded, whether it's a big city like Warsaw, where of course big cities have a completely different level of knowledge, and that's thanks to the fact that many trained clerks are in place, and maybe the availability of knowledge is easier than in other regions. But then we have to say, so what? So if we want to prepare a project now, because there are some funds, some European funds to reach out to, that's when we are getting someone, an effect where someone is preparing an analytical document within a couple of months and says, oh, it is going to look good from the political point of view, because we are going to do something.
Tylko jaka będzie efektywność wydanych pieniędzy? Po co chcemy zrobić ten projekt rewitalizacji?
Why do we want to do this project? What's the goal? That's the important part. So we are here to help you in showing different financing models. Last week, I met two not big cities, and I've realized that it's paralyzing. You have to still act politely, but when I'm asked how much money do we have, what do we have the money for? So I answer, we have a lot of money, we have money for everything. So what's important is just to see the goal, to prepare well your model, and to think long term. So That's why I said at first that thinking just looking at European money, then it's very weak. You cannot reach what you need. So it's a chance for development for 3, 4, 5 years? No, it's many more years to come. And you have to have it at the back of your head that a good stage is gaining money, of course. We in Poland received a lot of funds in a very rational way, and it was very effective. We all see that, but it doesn't mean it's going to continue like that. We have to shape our way of thinking and teach one another to reach the goals that we want to reach. So one more example. One of the cities during the revitalization program where they wanted to revitalize the market, they did it with entrepreneurs. They collected everyone. Okay, maybe we need to correct elevations, but we need to do that in order to have some services there and maybe to exchange the social tissue that needed to be changed. It's a gentrification. Well, it's obvious we all have to revitalize. So that's an example I wanted to give. It is possible, it was successful.
Looking for the city, what are the opportunities there for you in terms of relations? For you as civil servants engaging in this? I could say obviously we do, but let me tie on to what we've heard earlier as to how the urban reclamation works. It was in Graz at a conference about 6 months ago. We had people coming from South America who described urban renewal in their cities. What they talked about is that you in Europe have it nicely. In our case, we would have to knock one at least, but also 2 or 3 noughts from the sums that you get for renewal. Well, still they actually are successful, have been successful. So they didn't look at the money, and we should not be looking at the EU money, but they focused on what could be done with people, and many of the projects that were run there were organized in a way where civil servants went to the people and talked directly to people, and then structured things that could be called low-tech, at least. In our case, this is prototyping rather than final solution. It's not beautiful, but it's useful and changes the standard of life, functions in how people use these functions. This is public space, such as kicking out cars from the city for one day. This doesn't require major outlays, so that's worth thinking about. At the local level, it's not so important to immediately go for the EU money, and if we don't take it, we will be penalized. But think in terms of what people like, what their dreams are, what their needs are. And once we have done that at the various levels, political and the administrative structures, look at it, then you can go and acquire funds, not the other way around. Otherwise, we have these major marketplaces with a fountain in the middle that no one ever visits. So that's what I meant. You also had a question as to opportunities for Warsaw. When we look at the broad area of urban reclamation, this for us is an opportunity to coming out from being a degraded area. Targówek and Praga Północ and Praga Południe, Kamionka specifically districts, these remained untouched for the past 70 years since last war, they have not, there are buildings that have not been renovated, and no central heating, no running water oftentimes, so you could, and they clearly are outliers in the negative sense. Since with these lower standards, we have other problems. This is where police precincts to which policemen get degraded to, and there are myths around these places that this is a let's say second-class district or districts. So even on this, even though we have some not so successful stories of urban renewal in the past years, of course this was a learning curve, and not everything yielded the results you expected. And typically these were just buildings being renovated rather than discussions with the inhabitants to understand what they actually need. At least the process has been put into motion. And if someone runs the program in not an ideal way, that still is an opportunity for learning. You always make some mistake. The question is, do you draw conclusions from it and do something with it as a result? So I guess in Warsaw we have it easier. We have many people, as we said, who are educated people, and we draw people from around Poland. If you look at the various groups, there are 18 social dialogue commissions, so that the local governments are used to working with the population. Many people who come to the meetings were born in other places, Wrocław, Legnica, Zamość, outside of Warsaw anyways. And those most active ones are not there and are not contributing to development of their towns, original towns, but are contributing to development of Warsaw. That adds to an additional incentive to us to actually draw on these resources. That's helpful. But also there is a sense of responsibility. We have this great potential, let's use it. So my approach has been that we wish to do it as best as possible. Apologies, we've been talking about the social aspect here, but let me just mention this and we can come back to the topic. Looking at the funding possibilities of various types of space, urban space. Housing is one area, one of the key areas in fact, because that's the true social reclamation process. In the GDK Bank we have many programs that finances development of housing, including houses for hire, housing for hire. You have a municipal fund instrument, and hence smaller towns come to us, and that's interesting, with ideas such as they've defined locations where, when they seek to revitalize buildings, to draw new people into those areas, as they offer opportunities for work, and they compete with one another, in fact, for the human resources. That creates an opportunity for bringing and in a sense binding these people to their structures. And another important aspect is the senior citizens, not closed enclaves, but rather interesting projects that build into the senior citizen use infrastructure. That's part of this urban renewal. When we hear new people, we immediately think of gentrification processes. Of course, it's the inhabitant who needs to be convinced of reclamation and that they need to be engaged in the process. Right from the outset, when we plan such a process, is it easy to engage people into the planning and thinking process? Let me start by saying that in order to conduct the programming process effectively and followed by implementation of the reclamation, we need to understand and define the degraded area first. And I will talk about financing side. This is a degraded area where there are negative social phenomena that are concentrated, and environmental, technical, economic aspects. And there are problems that there aren't too many technical problems as a result of infrastructure problems. But if you look at the social aspect, for example, specifically poverty, crime, high crime rates, low education levels, and non-participation in public and social life, and low awareness of social roles. These are areas, affected areas. We can help these areas to come out of such degraded state. They are also technically ugly, say, and abandoned as if by the city. And from our analysis, we see that these are areas where city continues to spend the highest amounts of money. Why? Through social services, yes, social assistance services. When we look at surveys and collect information on this, turns out that 20–30% of budget goes to social assistance. And they are pumped into those very degraded areas, typically. And in spite of all these monies that go into such an area, these areas remain or actually deepen in their crisis. Sometimes I tell them, let's forget for a moment about the technical aspects initially, unless that's the underlying problem. But then we definitely need to think about the public space, because that's not the buildings, but what's between the buildings. That's what is decisive to the economic development of the area. Also important to security. I believe when we think of security, we need to assume zero accidents. So we don't plan a street where you can drive 70 kilometers per hour with four lanes, but rather the responsible councilman will make sure that this element needs to be taken into account and design accordingly. Now, it's very difficult for the inhabitants. Any city we come to, the first word we hear is, our city is unique, people don't get engaged, they don't come, they don't talk, and it's all the same, except for Warsaw. In Warsaw we have the opposite. There are too many speakers and too many wanting to engage. Well, generally, however, people don't believe, and the civil servants, local government, councilmen, don't believe in opportunities of engaging the local. They say, well, these people don't know much and then don't understand much. So we need to send a simple message, talk in the language of those people. As we inform about a meeting, the information should be hang out everywhere and should be simple. For years, we focused on participation processes, and the posters we prepared. This is your forest. Come and tell us how it should look. Or this is your city. Or where, when, and these are simple statements. And that way, in the model of work that we adopted for reclamation of urban areas, we have this working approach. There are specific working groups that work on public space, business development, and so on and so on. And we would have 10+ inhabitants included in each of these groups. So we prepare initial process in Toruń. And we were able to engage about over 700 people who engaged in preparation of the urban renewal program. So you can engage these people, but you have to demonstrate to them that they can have real impact and real say in what is going to happen. Otherwise, they have no idea of how to go about solving their problems. They would have done that had they known. That's why experts are available. Inhabitants will need to tell us what their needs are, what the issues are that they deal with on a daily basis. And it's up to the experts to find the solutions. And politicians to tell us what our funding possibilities are. And this needs to all come together, the solutions, the assessment and the funding. Well, our time has run out, so I would ask each one of you to summarize quickly. What is the most important thing for entities, local governments who wish to do a true and fair urban reclamation? What do they need to remember about? Of course, rapidly. Let me try. They need to change on the approach to management and greater trust in the staff. Some relations are pretty tight and closed, so the independence of and creativity of an individual is a lot greater opening to people and use of existing instruments available. We think about this in sectoral terms. It's not that social communication department does that and they don't know what the urban reclamation people are doing. So this is something that barriers that need to be overcome between the respective departments. But we need some more funding in some areas. But on the data collection and monitoring situation, that should be an obligation of each and every one of our local communities. In director, availability, access of spatial data, we need to monitor the situation and have systems. But smaller cities don't have appropriate level of access to this type of data. A small gmina may not get powiat-level data. They don't have precise information of what is happening there. And there are many more problems of this type. These are systemic problems that need to be overcome at the national level, also at the voivodeship and gmina level in our approach to the problem. One point that we've not talked a lot. What's key for these reclamation program is to create conditions for undertaking these projects for all, and you need to put in appropriate incentive systems. Soft content, creating, also financing systems need to be put in place, and that we do have possibility of creating such incentive systems, such as local property tax, discounts and so forth. Ms. Sikorska. Some things we need to remember following things, that reclamation is not a world in itself, but occupies specific place in the workings of the gmina. It may become a priority for some time in order to be implemented properly. It shouldn't be there down the line that has to be done, but that can come to the fore at some point. Everyone needs to understand it, and we need to remember who we are doing this for. It's not for the administrators to know how to do it, that they will do it the best. maybe they will not do it perfectly, but do it in true partnership, and the effects will be more, let's say, sustainable and realistic. Let me just mention two things. Decision makers need to understand that city is not just buildings and streets, but actually the inhabitants and their dreams. Those inhabitants of cities are the key, that's the basis. So we base the entire process on the inhabitants. We don't seek to replace them. These are typically areas that are actually losing. We don't throw people out from their original places of residence. And two, a good management system and an idea of how to manage the entire urban renewal process. If this is done by decision makers who are simply experts in fundraising, and this is 15th task in their portfolio, then it won't work. You need to have offices, special structures that are located in the degraded area. The entire program are reviewed at the voivodeship level, and they need to be measured, and we need to know exactly where we are year by year. I would only say that to achieve all these ideas, we need a lot of money. BGK and we need to address these matters, including in housing matters. But of course, there are various possibilities for municipal housing. There is a special fund that's been offering subsidies for the past 8 years. These are loan subsidies up to 50% of any task. In other words, social housing and municipal housing that can be funded that way. Many local governments open their eyes when we talk to them about it. So people need to learn and educate one another about the various opportunities available to them. Briefly, good diagnostic is very important, required, and you can understand that different ways, but we need to listen to everyone. Let me cite one short example. When we say that we need to listen to the inhabitants, we need to listen to all of them, not those that shout the loudest. Otherwise, we will say that everyone wants to have parking space on the sidewalks, and then children are excluded from these consultations. These should be able to move safely, and of course we exclude seniors who don't participate in this meeting. They are not able to walk or even leave their very house because the sidewalks are uneven and broken up. So the diagnostic needs to be precise and include the opinions of all the inhabitants. Thank you, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully this discussion demonstrates to you that it's worth investment into reclamation, urban reclamation is worthwhile. Thank you very much. We of course join to this conclusion. It's worthwhile to reclaim, and you will continue. You can do so behind the wall here. In a minute we will continue with the next panel.
Zapraszamy do rozmów w kuluarach oczywiście.
Yes, you can continue your discussions outside of the hall. In a moment we will start innovative services for intelligent cities and regions, or smart cities and regions in fact.
Innowacyjne usługi dla inteligentnych miast i regionów. Ciekawe, czy Warszawa się znajdzie w tym gronie inteligentnych miast. A czy się znajdzie, to dowiemy się już za chwilę. Prowadzący panel, moderatorem będzie pan Kazik Anhalt. Zapraszamy. I wszystko w pana rękach.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
Thank you very much and welcome to our panel. My name is Kazik Anhalt. I will be inviting my guests in a moment. Eurocloud Polska CEO, and we're missing the name, Mr. Stępiński of Orange, Polska. And Mr. Tomasz Kłosiewicz of Digital State Research Center.
Zapraszamy również więcej publiczności.
We also invite more of the public to join us because we wish to conduct the panel in an interactive manner. Question and answers will be coming, but we will have questions to you and we expect interesting responses from the audience as well.
To się chyba gdzieś tutaj nam włącza. Drobny problem z mikrofonem. U mnie nie.
We're overcoming a technical problem with the microphone now.
No dobrze, a więc tak zacznijmy. Słucham? Dobrze. Pani Anno, poprosimy Panią, żeby powiedziała nam Pani więcej.
Anna, could you tell us a little bit more about the organization you represent, which is part of a European structure? The floor is yours.
No dobrze, witam serdecznie.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, despite few and patient participants who decided to remain for this final panel and support us. We're happy to be speaking to people at the end of this forum. Generally speaking, let me just share a couple of things about Eurocloud Poland. This is a branch of the Eurocloud Europe, which brings together 20 suppliers of cloud computing from 22 countries of Europe. This network of over 2,000 companies, in fact. And the objective here is to educate the market, to deliver a marketplace platform for exchange of information and create a partnership network and sell their solutions, but also to implement a very strong educational trend for both the consumers as well as business. Let's be frank, in some countries the cloud computing is pretty well known, in others it's only growing. It's a market that's worth close to 50 billion euros throughout Europe. And growing. We have not yet reached the levels of United States, where it's close to $80 billion, but that's an infrastructure for all and any action. Everyone almost uses a smartphone and laptop. We log in through mobile internet most often, and this is why Eurocloud operates to facilitate for companies dialogue with the administration. Orange needs no introductions. Everyone seems to be this is a homegrown, well-known brand. But when what do you do for smart cities and regions? Tell us about the interesting products you have in your portfolio, and I hand over to you. Actually, yes, Orange is a supplier of various services to both the individuals as well as companies. I personally specialize in solutions of Internet of Things. And this, of course, is the basis for developing smart city solutions. There's a number of solutions that might be of interest here, that we are working on and that we're implementing, in fact, now, include Orange Smart Water, a solution for monitoring remote water flows for water and sewage systems. ETS, in other words, traffic flow solutions are also in the making, and we also monitor parameters at various networks. That sounds technical, but ultimately these parameters can be translated into comfort of life of the inhabitants and security of life of citizens. So when I mention security, we might not be the sole supplier of a solution, but because we have our data centers where we maintain solutions, cloud solutions, private and public cloud, and we add on to that the security and safety aspect. As a result, we increase the chances for safe solutions, and hence data that's maintained there in the cloud are safe and safely stored. That's my early introduction. Tomasz, you come from the Study Center for Digital Poland. Do tell us what has been your vision of a smart city and intelligent region as well. Let's not forget that we represent the Mazovian region, the province, which is important and linked with the development of Warsaw as well. As the Digital State Studies Center, we seem to deal with the information architecture purely and the database for public administration and local governments. But we also run studies, we provide consulting services, and also run a small portal, Smart Cities PL, as I am a co-founder of the, together with Mr. Sobczak, Professor Sobczak of SGH, co-founder of this. Professor Sobczak looks at the economic impacts of IT, to some extent, the social impacts. And looking at this smart region and smart city, all of these things come together. One of the problems we see, particularly in the approach that cities take, is to concentrate on technical solutions alone, whereas we seek to suggest that these are complex issues. You have to think up the city and directions of its development and change, and then only add the technical solutions to the individuals, to the companies, and to the local government administrations. Then you represent an organization that's pan-European. It brings together various structures from various countries. Do we know any examples under Eurocloud where the cloud was implemented in the urban space, as a result of which a city gained a dynamic booster to their growth? Yes, there is a number of cities that have been quite actively using the infrastructure that a cloud offers. This is frequently a private cloud, or so-called private cloud. In other words, a cloud that is owned by data center held by a municipality or someone who is under contract with the municipality, or a set of municipalities. We don't have to be limited to one. What I am thinking of is this. There was a very strong launch of this in the UK and France, In the UK, we had the G cloud, the government cloud. In France, we had the local government cloud, where they collected all of the local governments under the auspices of the Ministry of Economy and trained their representatives on some of the basic concepts first, and then presented a business model for implementation of such a cloud in administration and for the municipality, and with various case studies, how you enter into contracts with suppliers, how the service level agreement should be adopted, which elements it should include, what the billing model might be, and what can be and what shouldn't be moved into the cloud space, and what are some of the standards that solutions need to be meeting. At that moment, they got a manual, very specific manual of how to use cloud. And in many regions of France, this has been launched, implemented, everything to optimize costs, naturally. So to give up, in other words, on buying into thousands of boxes you put under the desks of the work, in other words, hardware, and just to have a safe data center. There are such data centers. This is not EU funding, because that's for Poland only, but not in France. So these suppliers build these centers, including Orange, and that really works and saves costs on hardware. In Ireland and Spain, this is also where it's developing quickly, the Netherlands as well. Just to complete the picture, infrastructure is one thing, and that doesn't make sense alone. There needs to be software applications need to be developed, and that was the applications needed adjustment, original ones. As a result, various services are offered to the inhabitants of the town via cloud. And in addition to that, if you come to Paris once, you download your mobile application for museums or the city of Paris that shows you where the best exhibitions are, or where the greatest traffic jams are, how to go through the town without getting a heart attack, and this type of thing. So, in brief, I don't want to monopolize our discussion, mind you. We are seeing beginnings of something that is developing rapidly now in many cities. In Paris, I was able to experience that directly, and I must admit this is pretty mature implementation. And that's how it also looks in London, although there have been some early glitches. So since we are going into the international space here, and if we go into Warsaw and outside of Warsaw, we need to learn about the trends of a society that is chasing after knowledge. We are a knowledge-based society, by the way, and Tomasz, Orange and its international dimension, you have seen examples of solutions for smart towns from other locations elsewhere. Could we transpose and implement such solutions in Warsaw or other towns? Are we ready for it? I believe so.
That being ready for that, in relation to what Mr. Tomasz said, it's important from the process point of view, and from the point of view of being ready for consumption. It's important to speak about services and not just infrastructure. I think that one of good examples is cooperation between our R&D centers, like Orange Labs, that's the way we call them, and the fact that we all the time exchange ideas and solutions
na różnych rynkach, nawet
on
jeżeli technologicznie
different markets, even if from technological point of view, the
świat jest globalną wioską, także jeśli chodzi
world
o
is
techniczne możliwości, mamy wszędzie właściwie bardzo
pretty
podobne.
tiny.
Natomiast
It turns out that
zupełnie inna
technological
jest gotowość
possibilities
w
are
niektórych
similar to
miastach na to, żeby
one another everywhere around the world. But whether the people are ready for certain type of services somewhere, that's another point. So, for example, in France, it's very common to have a smart management of parking lots. Here in Poland, we don't have it now. Maybe doing it a bit later, we will do it better because we are going to avoid the certain period where it's not that well developed yet. But on the other hand, solutions that we spoke of a couple of minutes ago, like monitoring of water, are much better here in Poland than in France. So here we transfer the knowledge from to the other side. Like we talk to colleagues in France, Spain, and Egypt, which is outside of Europe, but we share our experiences with them, and they are interesting to them. So it's good that we finally start talking about services and not terabytes of square meters of space or millions of zlotys or euros spent on certain solutions, but it's that when a structure that is as big as Orange, maybe not as dynamic as smaller ones, if we provide services, then they are easy to use for smaller subjects. I think that it's not difficult to make something very innovative for Warsaw or for another big city in Poland, because this kind of projects are in millions of zlotys, and whether it's local or around the world, the pioneers will be happy to take care of it. It's much more difficult to do something that is going to be usable for small cities, for small communities, and then, especially if we act within the framework of local law, because when it is a common service like the smoke detectors, then we might have a huge wave of similar solutions that you would be able to buy from a cloud. But when it comes to the world that is based on local regulatory framework, then when an operator comes in and has something quite general, as discussed, that is something half, only in a half possible to take directly from the shelf and off the shelf and use it immediately. So these solutions are maybe not completely innovative. They answer the most important needs, but they are bought by clients off the shelf, like meters, maybe soon the monitoring of air quality, because we speak about that, it's a hot topic too. So soon we will be able to monitor some things, and if we make it common, then it will not be that expensive, like monitoring of lighting or smart management of lighting. And those are solutions that we are step by step developing, and we try to make them popular. Thank you very much. Well, coming back to Mr. Tomasz, taking into account that the panel is focusing on innovations and new technologies, please tell me about it. Well, here I think we'll all agree that it coincides that I've been working on the project Data in the Warsaw Way. that was the name. So I was entering to the data gathered by the city, so that entrepreneurs and sometimes entry-level programmers would be able to come up with an idea how to use the data that is at the disposal of the city in order to make it useful for everyone. And such solutions don't have to be the solutions on the scale of the most open cities in Poland, like Warsaw, Wrocław, Poznań, Gdańsk. But Warsaw, in the project Data in the Warsaw Way, was thinking of how many sets of data can we share. And we were speaking of 700 such sets of data and not 3 or 2. Even the smallest city in Poland that has less than 900 citizens can use certain type of solutions. It's not necessarily intelligent transport system, because when you have a city, you know rather a ring road that would provide an option for the cars not to pass by the central market of the city. And some services can be useful for all the cities, the smallest ones, like the one that has 900 citizens, and the biggest ones, like Warsaw. So what's important is the contact with entrepreneurs and citizens. I am a part of a program that is led by universities in Poland, the University of Warsaw and the Technical University of Warsaw, which is a platform of smart public consultations. Cities were developing their public consultations in their own ways. It was quite chaotic. Okay, we need to, the approach was, okay, so we need to consult something, let's put a survey on a website, and we are going to have 14 people who answer, and on the basis of that we will build something. Here, we are speaking of a platform that would make it possible for the local governments to think of how to work on preparing such a survey, which information to share, and to what extent, and how, to what extent share the data of the city, so that it would be useful. So you don't need a scale of a huge city, you can do it also on an example of a small city. So such a pilot project in the dialogue project, we have medium-sized cities mostly, because the biggest cities, they already are getting on well on their own. The smaller cities don't have well-trained staff, and building an open platform on open source solutions is something that a student of fourth year of IT studies can do that. But thinking in detail how to do that from the very beginning, how to build that from our point of view, is something that we need to do with in a cautious way, and we have to think of it a lot, but never mind the size of the city, as I say. Here I have the microphone. Who has the microphone has the power. I just want to add up to what Tomek said. In Polish cities, many of them, even in spite of the wave of European Union's money that came to us, we still lack contact centers with citizens. We lack in something that is just starting right now. It's being prepared in some regions. And I mean the public procurements for buying or designing such platforms that would be an integrated system with phone lines where you could register the people who call in, direct into the appropriate part on the portal, save their needs and work on the data you gather.
Nie będę wymieniać nazwy miasta.
I'm not going to give the name of the city, but there is a city that asked me, it is a big city actually, whether it would be possible to fund something like that from European funds. Yes, of course, but I think that many cities are not thinking about that just yet. It's a basis for managing communication with a citizen. It's something that exists in energy companies. When there is an emergency call, then the companies are connecting to the right operator, and the team arrives and turns on the electricity. So such an emergency call already exists, but in many cases of the system of communication with citizens, when something is going on, something happens with waste or something else, there is no such thing like that, and it is not in place, even though it is an absolute minimum that is needed. It's a basis. I think that we all would like to have that as a pillar of the smart city. We want to be able to send a request and to get an answer. Okay, so your waste is going to be taken away from you in such a day, on such date. So you should be able to send a question from your smartphone to a certain number and get an answer that, okay, it is going to be in 4 hours or in 12 hours or maybe in a month. But we want to know, and that's related to the tax system. It's a next topic. The city tax is kind of a dangerous topic because right now we don't really pay them much, so it doesn't work well. But those are the things that a smart city should have integrated in a platform of communication with citizens.
I've not cited this example earlier, but one of the standard services that we built is a single number contact number for all services. Warsaw had that project implemented. It took a long time. Top international companies worked on this. Small cities cannot do that. So we built that offer up. But I do think that again, the relationship between the technological needs, the current situation of a town, should lead us to a solution. Implementation of a solution like that is not just to build a technological structure. You have to change processes, understanding of the role of a system. In other words, what I refer to as consumption readiness. To put up a portal and say that tomorrow it's going to run as a regular CRM, then typically we are used to send out an equipment with and we get a number assigned, and then we get a notice that this has been fixed, or we get our money back. Well, looking at public administration, this is still almost rocket science. But in addition to the solutions, as we said, we need to have a readiness, the process and the awareness. Let me add the 1915, the Warsaw Platform. Initially, we noted that there were errors in approach, very characteristic errors that were committed by everyone around the world as they built such platforms of communication. Either you call 1915 or whatever communicator you have. This is multi-channel portal. You submit, fix my street was the key message. Or in other words, someone is going to fall in because the thieves stole the entry to the sewage treatment. So who do you call? Initially, this notification, and then we look through the window. Did they come to put the cover on? They didn't come yet. So we go over to the portal and we read matter taken care of, but not from the perspective of the inhabitant that submitted the notice, but of the system. In other words, the process has been completed, they moved the matter to appropriate services, city services. So from those who received the message, they took care of the matter, they sent the ticket to appropriate people and checked off. But the inhabitant looks out the window and the matter has not been dealt with as yet. So this is the program and mechanistic approach. It must be an IT man. I also, as an IT man, I also had this type of a, let's say, distorted approach. But the solutions that citizens suggested had to be taken into account. The cities start taking note that it's not that the administrators are the most wisest. This is an old there is an old anecdote on how do you develop the paths through the park. You should have the grass and wait where people walk, but then you can take another approach. You could put the alleys in and require people to walk those ways and be mad if they don't. Well, we have this element of the inhabitant budget. Płock was one of those spearheading these budgets, a relatively small city with its history, but not the largest, by no means. But they were the ones that put into place this what is called the participatory budget. And that told us what solutions we need, not just voting for projects, but rather what these budgets demonstrate is, and with suggestion of what costs how much, so that they could have an idea of how much a meter of a single lane in a walkway, or how replacement of lighting, street lighting might cost. So this allows them to participate more directly in the decisions. Of course, this participatory budget should be 20% rather than 3%, which is now. I am running a panel for development of the Mazovian region. In our town, we have 10%. That's a top record percentage of participation within the budget of citizens. Well, inhabitants who take part in management of the city is something important. They can propose new innovative solutions which someone sitting from behind the desk might not actually see. And I believe we have a smart audience, and maybe you might have interesting comments to the discussion, and you want to suggest some functional app or solution that you use in your town, or solution that's that begs implementation. Could you share this with us? Anyone here? All right. We need to move to another topic then. When we talk about the Mazovian region, it's worth stressing that we've prepared, the Marshal's office did prepare a smart specialization, which is called Modern Services for Business. So this includes outsourcing and goes through service centers, databases, through to various technological solutions for urban areas. So, from your perspective, your organizations, how do you see this intelligent specialization that's being installed here and called modern business services? How can these translate into the business and the city collaboration? I can generally say that what's most important for the SME sector particularly, which are quite successful, is being the need to have access to IT infrastructure so that the data transfer speeds be as high as possible. I'm just mentioning infrastructure, not services. That still is weak in Mazovian region. That's not the fault of the region in yourselves. We don't need to point fingers, but it's a matter of collaboration with operators and more rapid implementation of broadband internet, which we've been dreaming about and talking about, and theoretically under EU directives that should have been done long time ago, but we are not yet seeing that happening. Secondly, the infrastructure being what it is, if I think of SMEs particularly, let me come back to the usage of cloud. We should at least know where such data centers are located and where and how you can use them, what types of contracts should be entered into. What Eurocloud actually did with EU funding was to run a project which demonstrates to the SMEs that the typical SLA, service level agreement, for cloud services, what they should pay attention to and what should not be included, which is important too, and what is going to happen to our data once we have terminated our contract with the provider. And the third thing, if we talk about this smart specialization of the Mazovian region and broader access to the IT infrastructure and digital infrastructure, I should say, for corporates, well, what's important there is the general trend of setting up startups which, of course, are trying to do something. If they want to do something, they want to do something for free, at least at the beginning. And what's important here is that we, again, be able to use the EU funding, and this digital infrastructure should be offered for free. Some know how to use it if they are IT specialists, but some may not. Not all of the startups are necessarily digital startups, or they are frequently so. Hence, the region and the municipality need to include information in their information packs. They need to tell everyone where they can use these resources for free. And this is nice, and not many know this. We have actually found by accident, mind you, huge R&D center funded with EU funding, 100 million zloty, 22,000 SQM, completed by a consortium of 6 universities and 6 research institutes actually, and they have research labs there where you can develop prototypes in various areas: biotechnology, electronics, advanced electronics, and you can run conferences there. Highest cleanliness laboratories with the particles of air particles in the air are limited, and clean water is provided. So if they go for this research, this could be a massive assistance to many startups. Well, there isn't just enough information about this as to what is available and what is useful in that city. Without sharing information, nothing will happen. Without provision of data and information about where to seek out the data, there won't be any new development. SMEs have limited resources. So this gigantic machinery or the administrative, bureaucratic machinery needs to disclose this information, and we as individuals, whether we represent ourselves or organizations or companies, should use these resources. And I believe information, training, knowledge sharing, and skill sharing is what we're lacking. That's my personal observation. So digital skills are at the administration level are weak. Without pointing the fingers to anyone, the millennials generation often really understand things better than anyone else, particularly in this digital space, better than the teachers or the so-called specialists. So we need to be thinking that we are looking at a new generation of entrepreneurs that are entering the market, who buy, who use transportation, and we need to provide them iPhone apps to park quickly, to buy a ticket to a cinema, to learn, like in Paris, for example, where the underground is being blocked because a case was actually placed somewhere or abandoned, and there's threat of terrorist attack. Well, let's hope this doesn't happen in Poland. But young people need to be the ones creating the new city, and they should be the ones to be getting the greatest share, after review of business plans, greatest share of funds for new startups in the urban space. To comment on this, I fully agree. The positive information is that we've got a lot of funds. Let's mention some of those services that could be used. We need to focus on information and engagement of people into usage of the resources and opportunities. One of the things we do are these regular hackathons that's organized by Orange Pulse Labs. We are a technological company, of course, and that's how we perceive the world. We look at bytes and bits that are transferred, but that's a good direction anyways. But I think we need and can collaborate with representatives of regions and local communities to disseminate the ideas here of the projects. To tie on to the early statements you made, Orange is now running one of its largest programs in Poland, the fiber optics, so that the highest flows can be delivered to companies and homes. And we believe that it has taken a long time, even if you engage funds of billions of zlotys in localities, but you have to get all the permits, administrative building and so on. It takes some time to build such a network. Of course, wireless solutions are scalable, but they have their limitations, mind you. So in the near term, we will really we will offer you opportunities. There will be a lot of cloud services. There will be infrastructure to use them, but then you will need to encourage people and facilitate and encourage companies to use those resources, so that not just the youngest who really easily get into these and move from the social platforms to whatever the bureaucrats have to offer, but that the middle-aged generation with the long cycles of work, when they continue for decades on in their workplace, that they also are invited to use this. Let me mention, tie on to Anna's activity, financial montage. Under the current funding horizon of the EU, most of the fund doesn't go in pure grant form, but in various guaranteed financial instruments. These are much more complex, sophisticated, and not too well known for SMEs in particular, particularly for innovative startups. You can have a great idea, you can, particularly in this area, the creative industries, as we call them. That's where the greatest number of good ideas come from. But these are really micro, not just small enterprises. So they assume that they can fund something out of pocket, but these young people don't have that much money. They don't know how to deal with realities. They don't know how to put together funding for development. One innovative proposal is a financial advisory in financial montage that will allow companies to do something. Banks typically don't even bend down to actually provide funding. Banks typically require guarantees. These are too small sums. One person told me, if I had the guarantees that bank requires, I would not have needed the loan from the bank. I would have built the thing myself. The innovative solutions that are well adjusted to the skills of the small and micro enterprises will be very much needed.
Thank you. We are heading towards the end. The time is ending. Thank you to the audience for your presence, and thank you to the panelists. Once again, I ask whether there are any questions from the audience. Yes, there is one. Here you go. Good morning, Marek Damianiuk. I have a question. I am interested in smart cities, and in our research group we've been wondering what are the problems in the city, and we've established that lack of information is the problem. Then we researched, and it turned out that there is information, but when it comes to cultural information, it's on one website, then the information on traffic jams is on another site. Is there an idea of creating one application where you can enter culture and research, movie, cinema, a restaurant, and have it all in one app? Maybe not in one app, because that would limit the creators. We want to let the people who create applications to do what they want. But what's important is that the city, not only local government, but the cultural institutions and educational institutions need to share the information, inter alia, the information on the possibilities that would be on a platform shared by the city. 3 to 5 cities that are the biggest in Poland do that, like Dane po Warszawsku or Otwarty Gdańsk. Those are the portals that you have API that you can reach out to, and the people who create applications can use that, and you can use this in data to create an application, whether it would be mobile or stationary or whatever kind of app you want. So from this point of view, I wouldn't look at it, let's have an app that can do everything. Let's leave it. let's drop it, but we need a common platform where you could access the data that is ongoing in the city. Yes, I agree that this kind of an approach, one application is an old-fashioned approach. I think that right now what's more important, especially on the regional level, is to standardize the way of access, and then sharing and maybe financing some startups who would build the best client for, or the best application, or the best environment for application that would use the data. I don't think there is a sense in when it comes to the data on parking lots, for example. I see that there are first initiatives like that, and I hope that the data is going to be there, and I hope that the data is not going to be shared in the form of closed app of Warsaw parking lots, but it would be rather an open information API that would be used by navigation. We don't want to switch between applications. We want the things to interfere with one another. It would be, of course, easier with an app. That's what they've done in France a couple of years ago, where each city had an app. There was My Paris, My Lille, and etc., etc. Well, there were applications for everything, application for everything and for anything at the same time. After a year, such application would already be outdated, not even. Maybe even when it was started already, it was a bit outdated. It wasn't that fresh and trendy. So I don't think that's the right path. What's most important is data standardization and counting on creativity and letting the data to flow.
Zakończenia przy okazji, to myślę, że korzystając tutaj z tego, że od organizacji tego forum przez wdrażania projektów unijnych i
use the fact that the forum is used by the organizer who has at its disposal the money for the region's development and innovative solutions. I am encouraging all of you and Mazowia itself to cooperate closely with all of us and to
konkretnie zaczęli tworzyć coś,
start creating something concrete that in the region it would be a digital impulse to use the number of young people who are getting education and to use the R&D centers and the data centers built with European funds and many companies that are present in here and startups that already are here. And some of them can partially use the instruments. On one hand, crowdfunding, that is not financed with European funds, but from the program Starter and from the programs that are going to be financed by Polish development funds, so I mean rather venture funds, and I am right now in two venture funds that are co-financed with European funds, and before I've been managing and gaining money for the capitals, and those are resources that are available, so let's use them. To sum up the debate, we are talking about innovative services that are based on data. We need a revolution in the way of thinking. We need new ways of automation and the knowledge of education and of ways how to manage the data. So it is related to big data, and I've got to tell you, and I do hope that Mazowia is going to head this direction, so that's my suggestion to direction, actually, that the European Commission is creating a huge cooperation of public and private sector with big institutes like the ones we have in Warsaw, SMART, we have Mercedes with no gas. We have to still find gas for the Mercedes because it can play a huge role in the R&Ds in Europe and all over the world. The budget is huge. It's 2.5 billion euro. There is a Copenhagen capital that already has such solution in place. They cooperate with the European Commission and business and big institutes on a large scale. And I hope that Mazovia and Warsaw are going to be such a tester too. And that's the way how I want to sum up the debate. Thank you once again to the panelists and thank you to the audience. I wish you a nice weekend. Thank you.
Tak. My również dziękujemy. Mamy nadzieję, że owa nadzieja przekuje się w rzeczywistość,
the hope is going to convey into reality and that we are going to be sure of what we hope for soon. Would you like to say
chciałabym
something?
powiedzieć, że mieliśmy
I
okazję przez te
want
2
to
dni
say
rozmawiać
that
na szereg
during
bardzo
the
różnych
2 days we've been discussing many very distant topics in smart business zone that was closer to my heart. We spoke a lot about innovation and cooperation between business and R&Ds, about cooperation of startups with big corporations and the possibilities of cooperating about the public
wszystkie
so innovation was the keyword that was used a lot from many points of view of how the companies work. So I think those are the conclusions that we should take into consideration. And we, in our smart city, started to implement everything that is smart. So let's see whether as smart is the next intervention going to be. Mariusz Frankowski. Thank you. Thank you for this smart introduction. I want to thank, first of all, to all of you who created this forum for the 2 days, both to participants who took part in the panels, discussions, to the panelists, to the moderators, and to the people who had the stands and everyone who came. We had a lot of stands and many partners this year. I hope that we continued what we started a year ago, which is the talks about the region, about creating partnerships and some criticism to what has to be changed in the regional development in order to create a smart Mazovian and we spoke of intelligent smart cities, smart business and smart society and smart people. So I thank to all 60 partners of ours, and I thank to my team who created the forum and the companies which were engaged in creating the beautiful visualizations that we've seen on the walls and on the screens. We've had more than 1,300 people on the streaming during the last 2 days. So it turns out that many people who didn't arrive to be here in person watched us online, not only in Poland. Well, all the panels were recorded. We are going to share them online. We are going to draw conclusions and we are going to share them with the board members. So we hope to make good use of what happened here for the last 2 days. Thank you too very much for the 2 days of moderating of the debates and for announcing the panels and debates. As always, you were professional.
Na koniec mamy krótki filmik, żebyście
We
Państwo
are
mogli
going
zobaczyć,
to
jak to
end with a short film to make it possible for you to see how it looked like.
Wszędzie będziemy, możecie Państwo zobaczyć, jak te 2 dni.
Here you can see how the 2 days looked like.
Zapraszam już za
So
rok
thank you once
na
again.
8. forum.
I
Nie
invite
wiem
you
gdzie.
for the next year's forum. I don't know
Mam
yet
nadzieję,
where
że
it will
Państwo
take
wszystkim
place, but I hope you
się
are
będzie
all
równie
going to be there and it will be as positive as it was this year. So thank you once again.
Kończymy 7. Forum Rozwoju Mazowsza, już kolejne takie wydarzenie. W tym roku dyskutowaliśmy, rozmawialiśmy w debatach, panelach, na strefach, w którym byliśmy, na temat inteligentnego miasta, na temat inteligentnego biznesu, na temat inteligentnych ludzi, czy inteligentnego społeczeństwa. Wszystko w kontekście wykorzystania funduszy unijnych z perspektywy 2014-2020, przede wszystkim z regionalnego programu operacyjnego dla województwa mazowieckiego.
Co uczestnicy sądzą o 7. Forum Rozwoju Mazowsza?
Inspirujące.
Smart.
Fajne, niesamowite,
Kreatywne.
rozwojowe, energetyczne, intensywne. Super!
Potrzebne.
Zapraszam na podsumowując, widać, że rzeczywiście aktywności było dużo.
To sum up, I want to say that we've had a lot of activity and energy. All our partners were on the screen. I invite you to the website Forum Mazowsza, where all the content will be shared with you. I also encourage you to visit funduszedlamazowsza.eu, where you can find the new harmonogram of competitions for the next year, 32 competitions, and I invite you all to submit your applications. Thank you very much.
Dzięki. Nie, wiedzieliśmy, że ma jedynkę. Dziękuję bardzo.